Hello. So, being squad. It has been some time. Ah, shit. Where's my... Okay, there we go. That's the right one. It has been some time, but we are back. Last we left off, being squad, you all were inside the biggest, apparently, Symphodine settlement within Nolyn. You did find a lot of stuff down there. You met with a lot of people too, new friends who filled your years with lore. All the lore you could ever wish for was filled 2 games ago. But then last game was not so
Button
much...
got lore drop.
Yes. Last episode was not so much lore focused. There was still a little bit of lore, but it was also a road of self-discovery, where our cleric friend Summerled finally got some answers as to what he is, where he comes from, and possibly where he has to go. It did came with some sacrifices and struggle. It was not easy, but as a team, as a group, all of you guys managed to make it through this struggle and help your friend Summerled to achieve a new height in this journey of self-discovery. And here you are, currently, after having gone through the ritual of the... I forgot. The Crucible Soul?
Crucible Rite.
Yes. The Rite of the Crucible Soul. You guys did obtained a new artifact, another almighty gift. You got it, talked with your Symphodine friends. Washay, the leader of the Symphodine, has agreed to stay behind to organize her people for the 15th. New-found friend in Prince Joffrey Dozeron has agreed to go back to Dorf and talk to... what was the name of the scribe? I forgot. Arden. Talk to Arden and discuss a little bit further this whole matter of making Washay the leader of this whole continent of Nolyn as they push for independence from the Kingdom of Burgos. Kyria, actually. Burgos is the capital. So, while that has been going on, you guys realized also who it is that has been running the Dark Brotherhoods from the shadows. You figure out that Branislav, the wizard, the human wizard of sorts, was actually not Branislav, but Rigaerint, an ancient dragon, the last of the dragon, who wishes to commune with the gods, bring back Cosme, and with it, bring back all of the dragons, since he is the last of his race. You, however, after learning said information, are still pondering what to do and if your personal goals and personal objectives once you came, which caused you all to come to Nolyn, still stand, and if they haven't shifted in light of all this new discovery. Regardless, all of you reunited, joined up on your caravan, your cart with your horse, and decided to make way for the city of Shongin, and that's where we left off last game. Anything any of you guys want to add to that? Hello?
Yeah, I think the reason why we're going to Shonkin is so we can figure out faster mode of transportation.
Alright.
Wasn't also Shonkin where that one artificer was?
Yeah, that's who we're going to see about their faster mode of transportation.
Yes,
Oh, right.
Shongen did have an arcanist, Ashura, which you never got to meet, but you did hear about her. The one that you were trying to seek a while ago was Ross in Ade, who could fix Flint's arm, but Nade is a little bit far away, and you guys notice that you are sort of on a time crunch, and decided to go straight to Chongan, I believe. So that's gonna be 45 kilometers. Since you are going downhill of sorts, it's not gonna be too hard on you guys. So that's gonna take you approximately 6 hours to go. Minus the downhill, that should take you guys some 5-ish hours. Going at breakneck speeds. However, I need a marching order. I need 2 people to lead this party. One should pilot the horses and one should scout ahead.
I am out of commission.
Okay.
Yeah,
Brad
Solad
will drive
needs
the
to
horse.
rest. He kind of had a rough day.
If Garath is going to be driving the cart as we usually have him do, I guess I can be up ahead scouting.
I'll do the scouting too. I
Yep.
mean, it's kind of good for me.
Sure.
I'll be
to
watching the
scouting
rear.
ahead.
Okay. Okay. That's our marching order of sorts. So, Graf, you're driving the cart. Since it's going downhill, I will have you make an animal handling check. Because why not? As you
Brad's
guys,
good at handling animals.
lucky you, as you guys exit the excavation and start going north west-ish, you do realize that you have been atop a hill of sorts, and you start going down at increasingly high speeds, and you do your best to control the horses to make sure that they can keep up with the speed, but also watching out the road. And the scouts, Flint and Matthias, do their best to watch ahead as they run ahead of the cart to make sure that you're not coming against anything too big or too disruptive. And I will have the both of you make perception checks. Since you are in the forest, I'll grant you, Matthias, you can do your advantage thing. Not advantage, you can double your proficiency bonus. Sorry. It's
Sounds good.
still getting back into the spirit of this.
I'm going to hope my passive of 21 can help here at some point.
That's a 6, and then my proficiency bonus is 4, so that'd be 9.
It'll be 19, you said.
Well, yeah, because my perception isn't normally doubled, so that's 15 plus 4, which is
Alright.
proficiency.
19, okay. So you guys do, as you're coming up closer to the city of Shungen, you do, both you, Matthias and Flint, you do see way further ahead a river, which kind of forks both ways. If you go a little bit to the west, you don't have to cross 2 rivers, you get to cross only one. However, you are able to notice this river coming by way before the cart, which is now going down the hill at breakneck speeds, way faster.
If I'm within 120 feet, I can send a message to Grath to slow the cart down.
I would say that you are. Not gonna say that the 120 feet is enough to maneuver the cart, but I will say that you are within 120 feet. You can always run back a little bit. So what are you doing, Matthias? Flint, you see a river and you know the cart is coming. Straight to the river.
Well, if they're not going to be able to stop. Well, shoot.
They might not. Depends, really. So, Flint, you do go and use your cantrip. Sign message, you'll go a little bit back and warn Graf and whoever else is in the cart. Oh, actually, you can only target one person.
I can only target one person. Grath is the one driving the cart, and I know I'm probably supposed to just whisper a little bit, but Grath can definitely hear me shouting in his head, "Slow down, there's a river, slow down."
Brat, slow down.
Okay, Graf, make another animal handling check. Wow. Look at those rolls.
Graf handles animals well.
Didn't you take that as one of your skills that you were learning?
No, I ended up taking athletics instead.
Ah,
So, Graf, you do manage, actually, after getting warned by your friend, more than a friend, you are warned of this river further down the hill, and you do your best to break the horses as best as you can. And they do slow down quite a lot. It does kind of shakes all of you who are in the cart a little bit from this jarring break. But the speed does slow quite a lot. Enough for the cars to come close to a stop as you're approaching the edge of the river. Until it does comes into a full stop. And now all of you can see this river is the Fork Rivers actually. It is not too wide. But as you look into it, you do also not know the depth of it. It is about some 25, 30 feet wide. You don't know how deep it is. You imagine that you could cross it with the cart, but
Certainly don't want to lose the cart.
Further inquiry is needed in this situation here.
Maybe Flint can go out into river and see if it's deep or swift and would pull a cart under.
I'm going
can
to send
you
my
repeat that?
familiar just to look around, see if there's a bridge or something that we can't.
Sorry, I was muted. Drake, can go ahead and make a perception check with your owl. Possibly with advantage, I believe.
Yes, it is advantage because it involves.
Sight. Cool. So do that.
And I heard Flint being mentioned. What's going on?
Oh, you don't want to know. So, as you guys are slowing down and seeing this river, and everyone is getting off of the cart to analyze the whole situation, Drake, can you send off Hootie? I believe is the name of your owl.
Yes, Hootie.
You send Hootie all the way up into the skies to observe the surrounding areas, and you can see that you're no longer in the forest. The whole forest has subsided, and now there's only a few sparse trees here and there, and it's a very clear landing all the way from this river to the city. You can sort of see the city in the distance all the way down the hill. However, there is this river that is kind of stopping you from going all the way over there. As your owl flies about, it does not seize anything. What exactly you're looking for?
Some type of bridge or crossing that looks
It does seize that a little bit closer to where you guys are, there seems to be a patch of water that is a little bit more shallower. However, the bottom is riddled with rocks, so it might not be the best option. However, other places are too deep for it to be able to see, for your owl to be able to see very well. So there might be rocks, it might be clear, it's kind of hard to tell. You can't really find any bridges nearby. The only bridges itself seems to be a much smaller one, way further down the river, closer to a road.
I tell the party about that spot, but it's mostly rock.
yeah, we're probably not going to be able to get that across.
Also, hello Brian, welcome.
Hi, Brian. What you need? Hello. Doug. How
Yes?
much more time until my long rest is completed?
Are you long resting in the cart?
Yes.
So I would say that somewhere about of 2.5 hours have gone by. You would need another 5.5 hours, 6.5
Okay.
hours, at least.
Alright. Are there any logs around?
There are trees.
Yep, I know what you're thinking.
But are there any trees that aren't standing?
Make a investigation check.
Oh, good, I get to use my new proficiency.
There you go.
And roll a 1.
Bite me.
Where?
Oh, God.
So, Flint, as you start looking around, an idea pops into your head, and you start pacing around, kind of back and forth into the forest and out of the forest as close as you can get. It takes you a short while, but you do see a fallen log of a tree in a clearing. Apparently, it's kind of weird because you do see a fallen log of a tree, but it's sort of burnt down, and you do see the trunk of the tree. You see that it's not, it wasn't cut. Apparently, it was struck by lightning, and you do see shards of wood and splinters all over the place. It is, however, a fallen tree that you can use somehow. It does looks very heavy too, by the way.
Alright, so I'm going to note its location and head back to the rest of the party. Maybe we can use this tree somehow.
We could try to pull it over and use it to maybe help the cart by the area that's not as shallow.
It's shallow, but it's rocky.
Yeah, we just got to figure out a way to get across. Maybe we can use it to put a, depending on the length of it, I mean, we could use that to float the cart across, maybe? I'm not sure.
I kind of look to Hand Tie and ask him if he has any type of spell that could help with the getting over the rocks.
Can't I?
Hold on a sec.
Don't tell me he's already not at his computer.
No, he's at the computer, he's just not paying attention.
God damn it. I will also say, however, that
I'm at my phone.
as you guys, Flint, as you do look around in your quest to search for a tree, you do notice that you guys would have to go a long ways to go around this river.
Yeah, I'll definitely tell the party all that.
So, being squad, who has defeated beholders and very scary creatures, what are you doing to cross this river?
Maybe we can go over to other side, tie ropes around trees there, and use it to pull cart over river.
I think my main concern is, are the horses' heads going to be above the waterline?
I think I might be able to. I think.
True.
I
How
might be able to
how
use
deep is this
levitate.
river at that point?
So far, none of you has tried to track it. Also, what are you saying, Z? You're kind of low, your voice?
How about now?
Now it's good.
Oh geez, I really have to be up in there with the microphone. Okay, so would I be able to use levitate to get it across?
Maybe. Let me look at what it does. Because heavens, no, I have no idea what it does. Levitate. It's a spell. A second level spell. Something that weighs up to 500 pounds. Can lift up vertically up to 20 feet and remain suspended there. Can move only by pushing or pulling. Sure. In theory, you can. You can use levitate to make sure that the cart floats, and then pull it or push it to the other side, and then cancel the spell so it is lowered safely. Yeah.
If we can get a length of rope across, tie it to the cart, and then have people on the other side to pull it, a hand tie can levitate it, and then we can move it without having to worry about propulsion too much.
Yeah, and
Sounds
since
like a
there's
plan to
just
me.
rocks over here, we can just cross the horses. We need to just make sure they don't step on rocks. We can handle getting the horses across without the cart, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you guys can handle that. I can get across with the rope if someone wants to tie some off.
Well, how wide's the river and how much rope do we have?
The river is around 30 feet wide, 25 at its shortest.
I mean, I've got a swim speed. Let me see here.
Grath has 50 feet of rope.
I think the thing you got, Tiger, gives you swim speed equal to your normal speed.
Oh, that's right. Yes, my
Roving.
So yeah,
Yes.
you should have a 35-foot swim speed, which you should be able to get across no problem. Grath has
Yep.
50 feet of rope, and if the river is only 30 feet across, then we've got an extra 20 feet to tie to the cart to make sure it doesn't come undone while it's in the middle of the air.
I've got rope too in case we need it.
and I've got 20 feet of rope in my thing too. So, all right.
So let's do this.
All right. Grath will swim over and tie it to tree rope, and then bring rope back.
I'm gonna help him with that. So we'll both swim across.
Okay, Graf, do you have
Tie
a
it off.
swim speed?
Why, yes, I do, because I have roving, which means my swim speed is 35.
Oh, I keep forgetting. That's a new age stuff. Okay. So, the both of you, as you go to cross the river, how tall are your characters again?
Grath is 7 feet tall.
I'm about like 5'8", 5'9".
Okay. Matthias, as you go to cross this river, you do notice that you keep sunking, and at one point you stop sunking, and it seems to be at the bottom level of this river. The water is about chest high for you. It is a little bit deep, but not too deep.
Well, that's good.
Some 5 feet deep, as best as you can tell. However, as you're crossing, you do feel that the bottom of this river is very rocky. It is sort of a challenge for you to keep your footing, to keep your footing against the river current. Your ranger ability does help you with making sure that you are steady, but you do fear that your party mates, your companions, would not have such an easy time trekking through this river.
Okay.
That's why we'd want to let them go through the lower, shallower parts.
No, this is the most shallow part of the river that
Oh,
you
this
could
is the
find.
most shallow part. Well, we'll help them across. Make sure they get across since we have swim speeds. I mean, Hantai shouldn't have an issue. He has a swim speed.
I won't have an issue either.
What we can do is, since we've tied the rope to the cart, and I assume you guys are on the other side also with the rope, you guys can hold it and we can use it as sort of a support to go across it to hold onto to fight the current. And then
Good point.
after we all get across, we can cast levitate on the cart.
Yep.
The question is levitate the bandolin or the is normal?
That's definitely the mandolin.
Then isn't that only have a one-time casting?
It is a one-time casting per day, yeah. So he has to cast Levitate once and only once.
Yeah, but we can tie off the ropes here to the cart and stuff, and people who need to get across can use the ropes as balance to pull themselves across to help with that.
Doug, quick question. That bridge we saw, can the horses get across that if they're not attached to
Yes, but it's very far. You would still need to cross one river because it's way further down. After it forks, you would need to cross one of the rivers, then reach the bridge where you can cross the other river. Here it's before the fork, so there's only one river to cross. A couple hundred, or I would say some 300-400 feet north, the river does forks into two other rivers. And then only one of them has the bridge. Also, I'm assuming you guys already tied the rope to the cart before crossing, right?
We have multiple ropes, so we can use one for everyone to cross and another one to use the cart as a kite.
Well, no, because what we'd want is one end, the rope tied off on one end to like a tree or something, rope on the other end tied off to the cart, and then the characters use that rope to move across to help fight the current. And then once everybody's across, except for hand tie, because he has to be in range to cast it, because I don't know the casting range of levitate, it can then levitate and we can then pull the rope to move the carts.
the horses?
Okay.
Horses can swim.
Really need some high animal handling rolls for that.
Grath will try his best.
I think we have 3 horses.
Phil can help with that too as well.
Yes.
Summerlad will still be in the cart resting.
Alright, so... Okay. Matthias and Graft, both of you have crossed the river. What is the rest of you doing?
So we tie the ropes to trees over there and take it back to our people.
Can I attempt to tightrope walk across it?
Sure.
Watch as our rogue falls into the river and gets swept away.
I mean, sure, if you want to try that, you certainly can.
Okay, acrobatics?
First you do need a rope. Have the other two brought back the rope?
I'm bringing back with the rope.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this is when it's set up.
Alright, so you have brought back the rope. I'm assuming you have tied it to the cart. And you do have a tight rope crossing the river. Do you want to cross it, Dracon?
I would like to try.
Alright. I would like you to attempt an acrobatics check. You are trying to beat a 22. Actually, no, never mind. You are trying to beat a 25.
Okay.
This is very challenging.
27.
Alright. Impressively enough, all of you guys just watch as Dracon climbs up the cart, puts a feet on the rope, kind of steps on it a couple times to test the tensile strength to make sure that it's not too loose, not too tight. And then you just see him as he places his feet kind of precisely on the rope, and then he takes off his other feet and puts it forward in the rope, and slowly but surely, he starts tight walking the rope, or tightrope walking. I don't even know the term, but he does it. He does, and all of you guys can't help but watch the whole time, apprehensively and anxiety feeling all of you guys as you see him take a few steps, then stop, wobble a little bit to both sides, trying to regain his balance, then take another few steps, And by the end, you do see Draken crossing the river, balancing perfectly, and landing on the other side, completely unharmed.
If you thought that was impressive, you should see me on rooftops.
Think I seen you on rooftops. Didn't end well.
I was fine on the roof.
By the way, Draken, as you do cross the river on the tightrope, you do get the sense that it is tight enough, and you would, well, if you were to cart up the rope, if you were to levitate up the cart, this rope would hold it. I can't
The
English
rope would hold the
today.
cart?
I can't English today. But yeah,
That's okay. We all have that problem sometimes.
the rope will hold. It is strong enough.
Okay. The rope's gonna hold. I give a thumbs up to the other side.
What is the other side up to?
So I think we're going to pull the cart over after Hand-Tie levitates it.
We all need to cross using the rope as like a support at least first.
Yeah, and
Those of us who don't
probably
have
help
swim
get the
speeds.
horses.
Yeah, those of us who don't have swim speed, specifically because it seems to be a very quick moving river.
It is. It isn't super quick, but it's quick enough that it will. It's enough to make you lose your balance and your footing, especially since the bottom of this river is rocky and somewhat unstable.
yeah, so since that's the case, I'm gonna like put down my equipment on this side, and I'm gonna also assist anyone that needs help getting across. Make
Same.
sure that they're.
I'll be helping to pull a cart across.
Okay.
Yeah, Groth and I have both gotten naked just in case we have to get wet.
Sure.
Okay, I don't know what is happening, but why are my whispers being sent to both Doug and Fel?
I don't know.
Because Brian is also getting these whispers. What is this?
Maybe Roll20 finally updated that so the DM can see all the whispers. I don't know.
Did you see the whispers I sent before to the others? Like, I sent a few whispers to Graph, a few stuff.
I don't know. I don't think I did.
Then it's some kind of glitch. Congrats to me.
Actually, no. I believe it's because I have control of Fel's character because shenanigans. Yes, there we go.
But I am here now.
You should have
Oh.
control of every character, Doug.
I have control as a DM, but I can also put control as a player, which is different somehow because it enables me to see whispers and such other. But anyway, I have fixed it, Sam. So,
Okay.
you guys were crossing the horses, right?
Yes.
Will is strongly averting his gaze from the two naked people.
As you would. So, whoever is gonna attempt to cross the horses, I will need another animal handling check.
But oh my.
So, Graph.
Wow, nat one.
Rolled it.
This time around, you do hold one of the horses by the reins, and you do start crossing the river. Since you do have a swimming speed, you are very fine. It takes a little bit of coaxing to get the horse to come into the water with you, but it's not too bad. This horse seems to trust you to a degree. So you do get into the water just fine, as you have done so just a few moments ago. But as soon as the horse goes into the water, it takes a few steps, and eventually its feet gets stuck in one of the rocks underneath, and as it does, it stops completely, and it seems like this animal now is afraid of the current situation and is losing its cool. So much so that it starts reeling up, and it's panicking. You have completely lost control of this horse, and it's trying its best to shake to one side and to another, and trying to wiggle itself free, but it cannot seem to be able to do so. And now you have a choice, Graf. To either keep holding down this horse and try to control it, or let go of the horse and hope for the best.
Grath has to hold the horse.
I'm gonna help
Doug.
if possible.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, but Fel beat me to it.
To say what?
Fel's gonna try to help Grath.
Okay. So, Fel, how are you helping Graf?
Going to try and keep the horse calm, kind of. Can I speak bird? Thank you. Holding the reins and kind of like stroking the side, just like, okay, cool. Calm down, we're here.
All right, Fel, go ahead and make an animal check with animal handling check with disadvantage. As you see your friend Graf trying to calm down this horse, and you do try now to approach and pat down the horse, to trying your best not to approach too much, because this is a spooked horse and you don't want to get kicked in the face or anything. Graf, what are you doing?
I'm holding on and trying to continue to pull it forward.
All right.
Hentai has stepped out of the room to go use the restroom, but he does have speak with animals, so maybe he can help calm them down more directly.
Just check and see if it's concentration. Quick.
Hold on. No, it looks like it's a ritual spell, but not concentration.
I mean, I also have speak with animals, so I could use that.
Regardless, the horse, as it is panicking, and you, Graf, are trying to calm it down and keep on tugging and give it some direction. We do run into a little bit of problem. The problem is, at first, Fel, I don't believe you have a swimming speed.
I do not.
So I would like you to make an athletics check.
If I see him drift away at all, I would just dive in and grab onto him.
Sure. However, Fel, your many weeks and years of monk training is enough to give you a stillness of body that enables you to just go and wade into the water and get super close to this horse and put your hands into it and try your best to talk to it and calm it down. And Graf, as you try to tug it at the horse as well, make another animal handling check. 13, alright. Now with the both of you close to this horse, and both of you being able to keep pretty stable in this somewhat deep water, the horse does seem to start to calm down as it looks around and sees that despite the currents trying to push it away, the both of you seem to be standing pretty stably in the ground and seem to be doing your best to calm it down. Whatever it is that you guys say or do, it seems to be working, and the horse does calm down enough that so it stops thrashing around. However, its foot is still stuck.
Like in the rock?
Yes, in the ground. Underwater.
Can I
swim
swim
down
down
and-
and try to... Yeah. Since Grath's trying to handle the horse, can I try swimming down and unlodging that foot from the rock?
Sure. Sure, Matthias, I would like you to go and make just a straight dexterity check. Actually, no, never mind. This would be a strength check.
Strength check?
Yes.
Ah, good. Wow, and I roll a 7. Gosh. It's
Well, you do hold your breath as best as you can and sink into the water. It's still shallow enough that you can mostly just stand there and you always keep your footing on the ground most of the time. And as you go down under the water and starts digging into the earth and the rocks with your claws, it takes some work. It's not as easy as you would expect. The current of the river does seems to be pushing more rock and earth into the horse's feet. It takes a little bit of handiwork to get the horse's feet free from this rocky disaster that is going underwater. And you manage to do it without even needing to go to catch your breath for another time. You are able to, in a single swim, just go free the horse's feet and get back up. And as soon as you do, and you get out of the water, Graf and Fel, the both of you do now feel that the horse starts following you again and make the crossing and go back into solid land on the other side of the river.
Good horse.
And there it is. As soon as it gets to the other side, it kind of shakes a little bit and just turns around and stays there, kind of watching the rest of you, somewhat unsure of what to do, but confident.
So that was one horse. Do we have more horses to get across?
I think we have 2 more.
Yes, I believe you had 2 horses pulling this cart.
Oh, so 2, not 3. Okay.
Yeah, 2.
All right, so we need to get the other horse across.
Should
Yeah,
be
I'll
easy
just
enough.
imagine that Flint was holding the reins to the second horse while everyone else did their thing.
All right, go back. Get next horse.
All right, Graf, once again, go ahead and make me an animal handling check to guide this horse to the other side.
I'm gonna keep helping him with these if possible.
This is not something you can actually help guide him so much. There's only one set of reins that you can pull on this horse to guide him. The best you can do is kind of shout from a distance to stop it from going elsewhere, but it does enough.
Speaking of shouting from a distance, can one of us with speak with animals shout from a distance calming words to the horse?
I mean, do you have the spell?
Hentai has it through the bandolin, and I think I heard Matthias say he has it also.
Yep, it's one of the ones I can use like once free per time.
Okay. You do get the sense that yes, you could try and explain the situation to these animals if you were to speak with them, but the horse that just crossed the river does seem to have calmed down enough. It was more so of a distress in the moment, but once it crossed, it seems to have subsided, and the horse seems to be chilling now. The other horse is kind of just being guided by Graf as it goes across the river. If you want to use the spell, you're free to do so. Up to you.
Hey, since you can use it for free, why don't you go ahead and whisper some sweet
Sure,
whispers?
why not? Yeah, I get it for free because. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah,
It's just
Hentai only gets it once. Then he has to wait until tomorrow.
Right,
Yes.
because it's part of my primal awareness stuff.
So, Matthias, what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna cast Speak with Animal.
Okay. So you do go and concentrate on your druidic powers, calling forth the primal energy from this forest, from the land, to help you tap into this hidden language of the animals and commune a little bit better with these beasts of burden that have been helping you get across and around for so long now. And what do you say to the horse?
The one that we're gonna have crossing here. I'm gonna say, hey buddy, okay, we're gonna be crossing this river here. This nice Knoll Mister here is gonna help guide you so that you don't get caught. And if you do, we're here to help you get across. So we'll take this nice and smooth and calm, right?
The horse just nods at you and says, "Alright, fine. But I'm hungry."
All right. I look at Grath. Okay, let's do this.
And Graf, easy enough. Apparently, Matthias approaching this horse and talking to it in some mystical way that you have not yet seen before. It seems to calm this horse enough that it kind of goes into a trance and it follows you without question. As you go crossing the river, the horse just seems like has a mind of its own, crossing the river with such certainty that you have never seen in animals before.
That's good.
And in less than half a minute, the both of you have crossed the river without any problems at all.
I'm gonna cross the river just with my previous athletic.
Sure, I would say that you were still in the river, and even if you weren't, there's a rope going across the river that's tied to the cart and a tree on the other side, so you can always just hold on to the rope and use it to cross.
Yep.
Which you do easily enough.
Who else is left on the side of the river I'm standing on? I know Hantai has the cart, and I know Summerlad is in the car. Is Lilith on this side?
Once the horses are across, Lilith will go across, because she doesn't want to go at the same time and cause any problem.
Well, Flint was going to offer his assistance if you wanted it.
No, I think with the rope will be fine.
Yes, with
Alright.
the rope that you guys have tied in, you don't even need to risk anything. You can just take your time, grab onto the rope, and cross the river without any worries.
And while they're
Most-
doing that, I'm gonna go over to the horse that was panicked, and just tell them, "Hey, you did good. We got across. It's all right now. Everything's fine. Go have some grass while we wait."
The horse, he just shudders and looks at you and says, "Okay, I would rather a carrot, but sure. Are we gonna be
Okay,
alright?"
I can do that. I'm gonna dig
Um,
through our supplies and see if I can find one.
I just want to point out something. Fel actually doesn't need to swim if he's a level 9.
Yeah, Fel can literally walk across.
Sure.
He can walk on water.
Shame on him for
I
not
can
reminding me.
do that.
No, I just remember this. I just can't remember if it was level 9 or level 10.
It's 9. You can also run up walls.
Okay. Shame on you guys for not reminding me.
Well,
With
Anyway.
no one else left on this side, I'm going to just take a dip and swim on over because I can.
Why don't you help push the cart while the rest of us pull it across?
how the hell is he gonna push it when it's 20 feet in the air?
Yeah, at that point, the cart is literally just a kite.
Okay.
Alright. So just to clarify, the cart is empty, or what are you guys carrying in the cart? Carrying
Summerlad's on the cart with hand tie.
Hentai doesn't
Hentai
need
doesn't
to be in the cart.
Yeah, he just needs to be within casting range. And then
Summerlin.
he's an octopus, he can swim.
Also, are you guys carrying money in the cart or anything else? Or
I'd imagine that Dracon has the bag of holding.
I also have the cart page. I can tell you exactly how much the cart weighs if you want.
yes, I'm seeing here. It's just that in the other tab. There's a max carrying weight, and I'm not sure what that means right now.
Oh, that has to do with when we were taking all the cash from the pirates.
Okay.
I just hadn't got a chance to.
So the only thing in the cart is the items, right? In the equipment tab.
Yes.
Okay. So it's way below the 500 pounds limit. Sure, well enough. So Hentai, are you going and casting levitate on the cart?
Wingardium Leviosa.
It's Leviosa, not Leviosa.
Car explodes into a million pieces.
Which certainly is a part of the verbal component of the levitate spell, is saying Wingardium Leviosa. And sure enough, Hentai, as soon as you cast this spell, the cart does starts to levitate and fly up 20 feet up in the air. You see as it screeches a little bit, the wood noises that it makes as its weight is no longer being pressed onto the two wheels as it's being lifted and starts floating and goes up into the air. It is quite a display, and indeed, this cart does becomes a kite for a brief moment.
I yell, "Pull!"
Yep, couldn't do that.
So is everyone pulling on the cart?
Grath is.
The
I
cart
am.
cast disintegrate. We just died.
Don't cast disintegrate as
Dice
a cart.
definitely is.
Okay, so I would like everyone who's pulling the cart to make a dexterity check.
Dexterity.
Yes.
Whoop whoop. That's
Cool.
one.
So, as all of you guys following Draken's order, as soon as he barks, pull, all of you guys tug on the rope and give your best pull. And to your surprise, the car just comes. It comes almost at full speed. It offers barely any air resistance at all as you guys pull. And instead of kind of gliding towards you, it's coming almost at full speed. And you do see now the cart, it wobbles to the sides a little bit, threatening to flip over and spill its contents on the floor. But thankfully, to the more dexterous people in the party, are able to pull it to one side and then to another, and really piloting this cart with the rope and doing your best to ensure that it does not flips or crashes into any of the nearby trees. And then it goes and flies all over the river and goes a few feet more before it gets almost to the end of the force you just applied on this cart, and it finally glides to a stop some 30 feet away from you guys to the opposite side of the river. You guys did a hacking pull.
That went well.
I walked across a rope.
Civil engineering.
Who is this Sybil and why is she engineering?
Also, Summerlad, lucky you just feel a little bit of a shudder as the cart rocks back and forth, but it never seems like it's gonna turn and spill you to the ground. So you're good. You're still sleeping, or rather resting, not necessarily sleeping. I don't know that you are sleeping, but you're definitely resting, and your rest is not interrupted by this sudden.
If that went wrong, that would have been the world's worst bumper car ride.
Exactly. It would not have been fun.
Would have been hilarious to watch, though.
However,
It's hilarious just to think about.
you guys do spend some 15 minutes to almost a half an hour here pondering on how to cross this river, and after some some ingenuity, you guys managed to cross this river, not even using the fallen log that Flint had found a while ago. And once all of you finish up crossing the river, which I believe everyone did, you untie the ropes, put them back into the cart, and I believe you guys are ready to leave this blasted river behind and get back on your way to Shongen.
Also, what time of the day would you say it is right now?
It is about 9:30
PM?
in the morning.
Huh, could have sworn we left later than that. What time did we leave the city?
You left the temple at
Really?
7 in the morning. You woke up at 5, then you had this whole ritual of the Crucible Soul. It took some. It didn't take that long, but it was quite shaky. And then you did some extra time to prepare and get your things, and then you left at 7 in the morning, and it took you guys about 2-ish hours to get to this river, then the whole matter of the crossing, and by now it's 9:30 in the morning.
Alright, so we should get to Shangan in plenty of time then.
Yes. By your predictions, you should arrive in Shongen by noon.
Alright, I'll just assume we're taking the same formation as before, with Matthias and Flint out scouting, Groth driving, and Dracon inspecting someone's rear.
I'm watching our asses.
Fair
Oh,
enough.
which one?
I will also send the familiar high in the air, just keeping an eye on the scouts.
Okay. All the while, or when you're just closer to the city, when you're sending your owl?
Send it a little up with them to be like a middleman.
But I mean, you're sending your owl the whole time as you're traveling?
Yeah, it just has to stay within range of me
Okay.
in order to tell me anything.
Okay, fair enough. It is a boring trek from the ground or from the air. Watching this cart roll down the hill again is not very entertaining, but you do get to see some cool sights that you couldn't see before otherwise. Until, that is, all of you being squad, approach the city of Shongen. Some 2.5 hours later. The city of Shongen, as it happens, is incredibly weird because it's completely walled off, and you notice that that's a tendency with some cities closer to the capitals. But the city is kind of in the middle of nowhere, so you would not have expected it to be walled, and yet it is.
Is it possible, really quick, before on the ride over, can I do some hunting for Saphira?
Do what?
Hunting for some small game for my wyvern.
Sure. However, you don't get either Graf's or Matthias's help with the hunting because they are scouting ahead. So,
That's fine.
Fel, go ahead and
He has the Outlander feature, doesn't he?
Who, Fel?
I do.
Yeah, Fel. I thought he did.
So, Fel, go ahead and make a survival check. As a scavenge for more, small game for Saphira, which you do find. As you're finishing the crossing of the river, you also are able to snatch a couple fishes, put them in your bag, and as you go down the road, you do find some other small animals just lurking around, and you are able to pick them off, break their little necks, and put them in your bag as well for posterity.
Alright, thank you. Tossing a fish to Saphira just because it's breakfast time.
It is. You do imagine that you gathered around 2 days worth of rations for Saphira. Only for her.
So no.
So yeah, as you guys do reach the city of Shongen, Draken, with your owl, you do see that the city is rather small. It's heavily patrolled within the city itself, but it's completely walled off and the gates are closed. And
The gates are closed?
Yeah, both gates to the city, the western gate and the eastern gate, both of them are closed. And you do notice also that what's it called? You do notice this before the party is even within range of the gates itself.
Are there any guards standing watch outside either gate?
I was just gonna say, does my owl see any of these guys?
You didn't actually made a perception check, but I'll say you do. You do see 2 guards posted outside the western gate, which you're approaching from.
Okay. I suppose we're gonna walk up to them?
You, Draco?
Well, I mean, I could technically walk up to them.
No, I'm saying the party's gonna move up to the gates like normal.
Okay.
Just
So the party, being squad, a little bit unusual, but instead of approaching from the road, you approach from the forest, going into the road and then making a heavy turn, and now approaching the city of Shongen. As you do, you just see one of the guards who's keeping watch. He just holds up his hand and says, "Halt! Who are you?"
Bean Squad?
He looks over all of you.
We're the Bean Squad from Dorf, is really what my friend here should be saying.
Doug, did my long rest finally end?
No, it didn't.
You said that I need only 5.5 hours, so does it would take
It
6
hasn't
hours to get
ended
through?
yet, Sam.
You're still resting.
Matthias, as you say that, the guard just says, weird. People approaching from Dorf normally come from the other gate, but sure. What have you got in your cart there?
Just one of our people injured. That's
He nods to his friend.
Right now.
He nods to his friend who's both of them are armored and holding pikes. His friend just picks up his pike and walks closer to you guys, and he walks around the cart, inspecting each seed, what you are actually carrying. And he does see Summerlad laying there on the side. Summerlad doesn't look injured per se, but he does look very tired. And as he looks around to the rest of you, you just see that this guy, he just he eyes you for a while. He approaches his friend who's guarding the gate. They whisper to one another.
I want to see if I can pick that up with my hearing.
Of motherfucking course you want. Make a perception check. No advantage for you.
Why? I already
Can't
have.
Flit
I have advantage
also
on
read
hearing.
Lips?
Which is precisely
I
why you can
definitely read lips.
make the check.
And Flint can read lips.
It's
Yeah,
a
so-
whisper, so you have to be very close to be able to hear. But because you have a better hearing, you can do the check, whereas nobody else would be able to.
20.
Okay. Flint, are you trying to read lips as well?
I mean, if I have a clear line of sight
You
on
do.
these guys, I can read.
You do. They're just guards. They're kind of just getting close together, leaning into one another, and talking and whispering.
In that case, here's my perception roll.
No, you don't even need a perception roll for that. You can just read
Oh,
lips.
I don't?
Yeah, you can just read lips. That's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's part of the observant feat.
Then there you go. The both of you just see these guards talking to one another, apparently discussing.
In that case, just ignore this roll. I'd re-click perception.
Okay. They just kind of discuss with one another. There is a guy down there. I wonder if he has the shivers, if he's one another stupefied folk. And the other guy just says, well, the city's full of them. But, sure, let them in, I guess.
Full of what?
The people with the shivers. and the stupefied folk.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
going to turn to whoever happens to be right next to me and ask, "What's the shiver?"
Do I know what the shivers are?
Make an intelligence check, Draken. You actually might know a little thing or two about this. 13. You do know that the shivers literally means someone that is shivering because of whatever conditions. However, you do remember this term being closely used with an outbreak. Well, not necessarily an outbreak, but you do remember this term being used and being thrown around quite oftenly back home when you used to work with the, not quite work with, but work around the Thieves Guild back home where you came from. This term has been thrown around near the colder climates of the mountains east of Mythos, the mountains that kind of border Mythos and Sofak, who have been heavily attributed to people who have fits of addiction to silky touch.
I'm sorry, you said addiction to what?
Silky touch. Let me throw that into this chat.
Alright, well, if I'm being told all this, Flint would make a joke saying, "Hey, normally I like a good silky touch, but that shit sounds like a drug."
Doug, what's silky touch?
Draken, do you share this information with your party mates?
Yeah. Do I know what silky touch is, right?
Yes, and Lilith, you know it very well.
I suspected.
So do I just sensually touch a piece of silk and get high?
I have no idea what any of you are ever talking about.
Regardless,
I don't think I've heard of.
the two guards, they just kind of nudge one another and they say, "Well, alright, don't cause any trouble. We have a curfew, by the way, so we don't want to see you around after the night sets." They open the gate and let you guys into the city.
Yes, mon capitan. I cartwheel past them.
Show off.
Make a performance check, Draken.
Hey, can I whisper something in his head to give him disadvantage on that?
What are you...
He doesn't need it. He doesn't need it.
He's gonna fall flat on his face.
I fell flat on my face.
Draken, as you ponder, I'm gonna, as you just walk past them saying, "Sure thing, El Capitan," and start to think of going into a tumble. You kind of do manage to pull off a tumble of sorts. You're cartwheeling your way past into the gate through the city, but as soon as you do, you just collapsed face first into a man who's coming right against you, into the opposite direction towards the gate.
Ow!
And as you
Sorry!
And as you collapse to the ground and look up, you do see this man, kind of middle-aged man, whose face is completely appalled. Like, he seems almost apathetic from having been bumped into by this cartwheeling wolf folk man. And as you look past him, you do see that he's leading some sort of procession. He's dressed all in white, and you do see people behind him all in white as well. And
Sorry.
They seem to be carrying on their own arms sort of a plank with what appears to be a body covered by soft fabric. And he just looks at you and says, "Watch your step, kid." And he just brushes past you and leads the procession out of town carrying whatever they were carrying. The guards just nod to them as they watch them walking by and closes the gate.
I'm going
behind
to
you.
ask these guards as we're passing, hey, do you know anything about what happened to that guy? Pointing at the dead body.
As the guard looks at you, he says, "Oh, it's not very nice to talk about the deceased, you know."
No,
Make
I'm just
a
trying
persuasion
to keep,
check, Flint.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep watch from my guys here. If there's like any sort of sickness, I'm trying to watch out for. I am, for what it counts, I do have proficiency in persuasion, even though my modifier is 0.
Sure.
Wait, you have a -4 charisma?
No, I have a 0 for charisma. I have an 11, which is a 0, but I still rolled an 18.
The guard just looks at you and says, "Well, I'm not sure who those were. We have been seeing increasingly numbers of them walking by with their processions and funerals. But people are passing away, unfortunately, and it's not very nice. I don't know which one that was. It might have been one of the poor souls who have been brought from Frontberg or back, either frozen or died from the shivers, or they were mind fucked. There are something up there that is making folks lose themselves and become mindless or whatever. Anyway,
Did you say Fronberg?
yes, further up north. Apparently some heroes have gone and cleared the way, and people have finally started receiving words from there again.
Alright, well, hopefully these guys can get better before more pass away. Thanks for the info.
You're welcome. If you're heading that way, be wary. It has been a few days, but last we heard word, it's still a battlefield that way, so try not to die in the middle of the road or somewhere where you might be, or might actually bother someone. If you're gonna die, do it discreetly.
I already died once, don't have plans to do it again, and then I walk away.
You leave behind a very bamboozled guard as you do. And all of you, being squad, finally make your way into the city of Shongen, which, as you walk in and you can see, this city seems to have had everything it needed to be a big, sprawling city full of life, and yet it doesn't. It is a very, not dead per se, city, but it seems very empty and devoid of happiness and people doing happy people things, so to speak. You do see that the people here are mostly treating the injured that have been brought from the battlefields up north, apparently, and people who are also starting to prepare themselves for the incoming Fivnit, which is just 5 days away.
So, looking around town, where's the inn, where's the Arcanist Tower?
Alright. Flint, with your gigantic passive perception, you were able to tell that the Arcanist Tower is not within the city. From the city, you can see further up north, far beyond the city walls and across the forest, you can see the very little tip of the Arcanist Tower. It seems to lie outside of the city and a little bit into the forest up north.
Okay. How about the inn?
About the inn, you do find it. The Blue Petals Inn in the main thoroughfare of Shongen.
Okay. Gonna turn to the rest of the party and say maybe we should see about getting rooms for right now. Wonder if there are any, because if there's refugees and stuff from up north, I wonder if there's any room.
It's a good question.
Well,
Then
are
we
we-
also-
are we
Well,
staying
I think we should
inside?
talk with the Arcanist first.
Yeah, the
Because if she can
Arcanist is in the
teleport us
forest
somewhere, we
over
can.
there.
True. If the Arcanist is in the forest, let's find rooms, maybe take a short rest. I know we've been running pretty much this whole time.
Yeah, we at least want Summerlad to get back on his feet. Someone just booped out. And someone just booped back in.
It's the rhythm bot. I'm trying to make it work.
Alright, so I guess I will lead the way into the inn with whoever wants to come in with me.
Wrath will come.
So
Go
only
for it.
only
I'll hang-
Flint and Graf?
I'll go with them.
I'll go in just to follow Matthias.
Okay, the four of you are going into the inn, the Blue Petals Inn. Who else is coming? Or is the rest of the group gonna stay behind and watch the cart with Summerland?
Lilith's gonna stay outside, but she's not gonna be paying attention to the cart.
Okay. So, the four of you, Flint, Graf, Matthias, and Draken, enter the Blue Petals Inn. As soon as you do see that the inn here is the only place in the city that has any semblance of cheeriness and happiness to it. The people here are a little bit less enthusiastic than in other inns you have been to, but they still seem to be some sort of cheering and some sort of jolly celebrating going on. People drinking from their cups, people talking very loudly, some people dancing, a couple people also singing to themselves in the corner, lots of them playing gambling games in their own accords here and there. And you do see the innkeep diligently bringing in beers and whatever else people have been requesting, as is the tradition of the cities here in Nolyn to be both an inn and a tavern. So, Flint, Graf, Matthias, Draken, what are you four doing?
When the innkeeper looks a bit less busy, I'll flag him down, and I will take a seat at the bar, presumably with at least Graf at my side.
Wrath.
Fair enough. It doesn't take too long before the innkeep notices you guys and puts down some things that they were cleaning and ushers you over and says, "Oh, hello there. How can I help you?"
So I'll have an ale for myself, something light for my knoll here, and do you have rooms? I know there's some shit going on up north.
Rooms that we would have. Unfortunately, some of these rooms have been pre-rented, so they are unavailable for a long time, and we only have a handful of rooms. But it should be enough for the four of you, I believe. If you
We
don't...
actually have 4 more outside.
Oh. Okay. If you don't mind sharing a room, then yes, I believe I have enough space for the 8 of you.
We're used to bunking together.
Oh, lucky you then. There is enough. There is one room that should be big enough for 8 people if they are average size people?
Yeah, we're gonna all have to bunk together. That's fine.
Okay.
I mean, unless any of us want to camp out in the woods.
I wouldn't really recommend that, sir.
Why not?
Weird shit has been happening. Lots of people have been getting kidnapped and taken away in the middle of the night. So, no wonder we have a curfew. People don't like to take their chances here in the woods. Up to you, really. You do seem like a capable bunch, but you know,
So
just
people have gone missing from the woods. What are the chances the Arcanist is still at the tower?
Oh, sure. I don't know. We don't really pay much attention to her. For the longest while, people here have even believed that she was the one doing the kidnapping, but well, now we know better. Anyway, will you be taking the rooms? Or rather, the one room?
Yeah, probably. Can we backtrack to what you just said? What made you think she was the one kidnapping everyone?
Oh, well, she's an odd one, you know. She's been studying, or allegedly only studying, necromancy and eagle bath. She dwells out there in the middle of the forest. It's certainly not the same report we get from the other arcanists in the other cities, the rumors at least. We hear that the other ones, they do also have a tower, but they live smack dab in the middle of the city and don't delve into raising the dead and stuff.
Maybe that's why she's outside the city, then, to keep you safe from her studies or experiments.
Well, I disapprove of raising the dead. That's not holy business. Regardless, people thought that she was the one doing the kidnapping, but after the Golden Trio came by and she apparently helped them gain access to the north and free some cities, well, some people have gone back to seeing her with better eyes, but she still ignores the city, avoids it even, and most of us are more than happy to avoid her as well. She has this sinister air about her that just rustles everyone's feathers. It's not very welcoming, if you know what I mean.
Alright, I think we need to have a chat with her. We were going to go have a chat with her anyway, so we're going to pay for that room upstairs. We're going to have at least one person in there sleeping for now because he went through some shit recently, and then I think we're just going to head up north to talk to the Arcanist. So can you point us safest route up to the Arcanist, because you said there's some weird shit in the forest?
Well, I don't know that there is anything in the forest. I just know that people have been getting kidnapped. So, one would assume.
Is it the forest to the north or the south?
It's a forest to the north. There, if you get out of the city by either gate and just walk north a couple miles, you should be able to find her tower. Not even a mile, maybe. It's been a while since I have last heard people going that way. I'm not sure that I can point you that way precisely. It's further up north. You should be able to see it. It's not very far from the city.
Yeah, I saw the tower on the way here, so...
Otherwise,
right,
if you would rather wait, I'm sure that she will eventually happen by the city any other day now, and I can leave word that you and yours have been looking for her.
Yeah, we're sort of on a time crunch, so we need to go track her down ASAP.
Sure. Sure. Whatever suits you.
Alright, so let's square away the bill. We'll have one drink, and then we'll be on our way.
So how?
As soon as I hear this, I'm just gonna write a note and just hand it to my familiar and tell him to go fly to the tower and give the note.
Shura.
Yep.
All right. What are you writing in the note, Draco? You can go ahead and whisper me that.
Okay, I'll whisper to you. Just give me a few minutes.
Okay. The innkeep just goes back to you, Flint, and says, "So, how long are you renting this room for?"
Probably just for one night. We gotta get moving soon.
All right then, one night, 8 people. I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna charge per people instead of just per room because that's the way things are going today. I'm afraid that are gonna cost you 2 gold pieces for the 8 of you.
I will lay down 3 and pay for the ale as well.
Sure. Oh well, glad to make business with you, Mister.
Yep, same here.
Sure. And he hands you, you and whoever else from the 3 of you who wishes, some mugs of ale for you guys to enjoy, while Draken finishes up writing a letter to send away. Meanwhile, on the outside, Lilith, you have been looking around for clues.
Not specifically people, but yeah.
Okay, so you are looking for people that seems to be under the influence of Silky Touch?
Yes.
Okay, you do know the symptoms very well, so go ahead and make an investigation check. Actually, are you actively going out of your way looking for people, or you're just kind of chilling and watching the people that go by?
I'm probably staying with the cart because I know we're on a time crunch, but I want to keep an eye out for people who would be nearby if I can.
Okay.
If I can learn anything. I'm not gonna like go out of my way necessarily or too far away from the group.
Okay, so just make an investigation check to see what you can glean from it. Oh, look at you.
Natural 20.
It really shows when you need it. It's amazing.
It does. It does for Lilith.
For Lilith.
For Lilith.
So Lilith, you do know the symptoms of people that seems to be abusing the Silky Touch, and you know those symptoms to be people walking a little bit off, as there is a numbness to the extremities. People do seem to be breathing shakily as excess Silky Touch causes faltering breath. And you do see also, you also know that it causes people to profusely sweat. So you keep an eye out for these symptoms. You do know another symptom, but this one does not show physically. You can't really tell from a distance if people's heart rate is increased. But regardless, you try to look for the other 3 very visual cues that someone might be suffering from Silky Touch withdrawal or abuse. And indeed, you do see some people, not too many, only 2, that seems to be going different ways. They don't seem to be involved with one another. They even seem to be passing by you at very different times. Completely different looks to them, but you do see 2 people that seems to be under these symptoms.
I want to stop one of them and talk to them.
Fair enough. One of them is a male human. He is walking. He seems to be walking towards the tavern, and as he approaches the tavern, he seems to stomp on his tracks. Kind of looks down, mumbles to himself a little bit, shakes his head, and is about to turn away and turn around and go away. But I believe you stop him.
Yes, Lilith is gonna stop him and basically, how do you describe this? Basically, she's gonna walk up to him and she's gonna be like, "Hey, you look a little disoriented. Are you okay? Is everything all right?" Basically, trying to verify her suspicion.
This man, he looks a little bit surprised to be randomly approached by a tiefling, no less, and he just looks at you and says, I am, yes, I'm completely fine. Yes? Why?
Because you look a little sick.
Oh, it's nothing, I assure you, no need to worry. I'll be fine. And he seems to look around and start prepare to. He starts to turn around and go back to walking away.
I want to lean in and whisper to him, "Where are you getting?"
What do you whisper?
I whisper to him, "Where are you getting it?"
Okay. So, Lilith, as you lean into this guy and whisper this very closely to him, you do see this shock to his face. And I would like you to go ahead and make a persuasion check.
You can do this, Lilith. There you go.
With no
17.
modifier, get a 17.
Holy-
Awesome.
Holy shit. This guy, he just looks to you, and you see behind his eye as his mind is operating at a somewhat of a slower pace, and you can almost see the cogs behind his eyes turning and connecting dots here and there, and you see he is mentally making some connections and working something into his mind before he just looks at you almost as if with new eyes and says, "Oh, I didn't think you were looking for it too. I'm afraid we can't get them from here anymore. There was a batch that came from Frontberg with some survivors, some people that ran away, and it kind of made its way here, and we started using it, I guess. There ain't much to say, I'm afraid. Do you know where I can get more of that? Maybe? And you see this kind of hopefulness in his eye.
First, I want to insight what he told me.
Sure, Lilith, make an insight check. He seems to be very disoriented, somewhat, but he does seem to believe deeply in what he's saying, that apparently a batch did come from Frontberg up in the north and made its way here to Shungen and maybe elsewhere, and he's somehow got some of it and has been using it. And he looks back at you and says, "I have been having very bad pains ever since this whole ordeal began, and it's been helping me deal with the pain, and I would really appreciate if you knew where I could get some more wingmen."
I don't know where you can get more, I'm sorry. But you shouldn't find any because they can kill you.
I have heard the stories, but I already feel like I'm dying, so it can't be much worse than this, really.
It will be.
He now kind of takes a little bit of a step back and look at you from head to toe, seems to analyze you as he does and says, "Oh, I see. I see. Huh. Okay. Alright. Fair enough. Well, I'll be on my way. Sorry that I couldn't be of more help to you."
It's no trouble. Hope you have a good day.
And he turns around and finally leaves.
Yep, and Lilith will go back to the cart.
Alright. Lilith, as you go back to the cart, some thoughts crosses your mind. The weirdest one, the one that sticks with you the most, is that you do know this, all of this to be symptoms of withdrawal of a person who has used and abused Silky Touch in their life. However, you have not ever heard it mentioned by this name, Wingman. And the thought worries you a little bit. If it could be a new version of it, if it could have resurged, if the ban that existed on Silky Touch has been lifted, you are unsure. But this uncertainty definitely worries you.
That was Wingman, right?
Yes, Wingman.
W-I-N-G-M-A-N.
Sorry, I miswrote. Wingman.
Okay, Wingman. Alright. Interesting.
Apparently, this drug has taken a new name. Regardless, you do go back to the cart, and just as you do see now this portly middle-aged man coming out and looking around, kind of as if coming out of the inn and looking for someone. Then he notices all four of you standing by the cart and says, are you the friends of the big guy there with the green mug? He said he has a friend who needs to rest."
Yes, that is us.
Alright then, where is your friend? Bring them in. We'll prepare the bedroom for them.
Fel, would you like to help me carry Summerlad?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Grath will go out and watch the cart.
Alright. So Graf, you and Hentai both start watching the cart as you see Fel and Lilith getting inside of the getting inside the inn and bringing Summerlad to apparently this one bedroom that all of you will be sharing for the night. You also do see this owl leaving the inn through one of the windows, apparently carrying a message with it in its talons and flying northwards.
How much time until my long rest ends?
That will be, let me see. Oh boy, 3 more hours then.
Just sleep. It'll be over faster.
So if you guys are going, to the tower, to Shura's tower, Summerlad, you're gonna be sitting this one out. Just say.
Anybody want to sit with Summerlad just to keep an eye on him? Because this place is crazy.
I would, but there are things that need to be done.
Do you want Grath to watch Summerlad?
I mean, we just got to town. At most, we can just sit here and have a few drinks until he's well recovered.
We could also check out any of the shops. see if there's
Yeah,
anything
I would
we
like
can pick
to
up.
restock anything we need before we head.
All right, so here's the plan. You guys can go explore town for right now. Groth and I are gonna go up and sit with Summerlad until he's all recovered.
Okay. So nobody is going to the tower then.
Just
Not
Hootie right
yet.
now. We're gonna do a little bit of shopping first, arm up, and then.
Okay, fair enough. So, some of you do get back into the room to stay with Summerlad. As you see, he looks a little bit very exhausted, tired, and worn out from all the everything that he has been going through. Earlier this morning, it was a gigantic ordeal, and you can't help but to imagine that this companion of yours have gone through some very, very disturbing shit until here and now. And most of you stop and wonder, what if it was me instead of him? Would I be able to go through all of which he went through? Could I have been as strong as Summerland has been throughout all of these ordeals? Maybe. Maybe not. Regardless, Summerland is the one that has gone through it, and we have to take care of him. And with that thought in mind, some of you stay behind to look after him. That would be Flint and Graf, I believe.
Yep, the two of us are in the room. Groth is putting a cold cloth on Summerlad's head, and we're just watching over him while everyone else explores for now.
Okay. Draken?
I just realized I still have the pirate map from that dungeon.
Oh boy, which dungeon would that be?
The redwoods.
Oh fuck. I believe I
We
have.
can get to it later. I just remembered I had it looking through my sheet and thought I would bring it up for hand.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe I have already talked a little bit about that map. Yeah, it is a map of the eastern shoreline of Nolyn, some of the islands, and some crosses marked across the ocean in several different places.
Yeah, I was gonna hand that to Hantai and ask him if any of these were his people. It's located.
Hentai, are you there?
Yes, of course I'm here. Are these my people shit?
You have never really spent much time looking at maps to the point that you would be able to recognize it at a glance. So I'll need you to go and make an intelligence check.
I are not too smart.
That was an intelligence save. That'd be
He's not proficient in intelligence saves, I know that.
It's not a save, it's just an intelligence check.
Gotcha. Okay. Oh well.
Okay, that's
I
better.
know everything.
It's that meme with the. I'll leave it.
inspiration.
He had a beautiful
spark.
mind thing happen.
E equals MC squared.
Oh. Sorry, I didn't see those. So yeah. So, Hentai, you try to recognize in this map where your people might have been from, and you do remember that a long time ago, you did came out of the ocean and you sailed east, or rather swam east, until you reached the shores of Purgles, where you had been tracking down some pirates And ever since your adventures with this weird group of people, the Bean Squad has begun. You have been keeping track of maps to try and get a sense for where you came from, really. And you do remember that you do come from the sunken city of Down Bay, that is near one of the islands closer to the eastern shore of the eastern shores of Nolyn. And you do know that one of your village is somewhere around there, and one of the crosses thus marks your village, or your underwater city of sorts. Apparently this map is from the pirates and places where they have dived into seeking treasures, and apparently one of these crosses was your village, and they did indeed find treasures there. Treasures that they have stolen, that you have recovered with the help of the Bean Squad. You have no idea about the other crosses, though. You haven't really swam far into the ocean because your duties were to protect your people. So you can't help but to wonder what these other crosses are.
Well, see that cross over there? That is where my village got raided. Stuff got stolen. So, the other crosses must have treasures, but I have no idea what they are or exactly what is in.
Okay, they stole a bunch of shit. I hand him the map.
Alright. So, Drake in your hand, Chuhentai this map with several crosses marked all across the ocean. Maybe one of them is something a little bit more. Maybe it's just directions that they hoped they would have found something at and completely whiffed, as they found nothing underwater.
Maybe we can do something about that later.
Regardless, you are going to go shopping. What are you looking for?
Well, I assume we need healing potions.
I would think healing potions. If there's a smith around, I mean, we could see if there's any. They have any sort of like magical equipment or anything like that too.
Okay. Regarding, I would need one of you to lead an expedition to search for said things, and I would need one of you to make an investigation check.
I can lead investigation.
Sure.
I'd be assisting him, of course. Not that he needs it. Good.
31!
Never mind.
31 investigation.
The power of expertise.
Draken, it does not take you long enough to learn of the sad truth that most potions, healing potions, have been required by the war effort up north, and it has all been taken away. Along with any other magical weapons of sort that people might have used in the battles up north. In short, nothing has been left behind in the city in the way of things that would have been useful for you in your adventures and expeditions. However, all of them do say that if you're looking for magical quote-unquote shit, you should go and talk to Shura, because she is the local enchanter and she apparently has been hoarding stuff over the years. Some people even do mention that she walks around with a very, very peculiar cape. Black and dark purple cape with some markings in yellow, golden yellow. I don't know. Markings not the word, but some trims and other such details in golden yellow in it.
It's got like a golden trim.
Yeah, but also some drawings in the middle, some symbols that people don't really quite know what they are. But apparently, it has called the attention of many individuals because of how ostentatious it is, and she seems to have been wearing it.
Okay. Can I find crossbow bolts and arrows at least?
Yeah, normal items you do find plenty.
Okay, I'll grab a thing of crossbow bolts for Grath. And I'll buy 20 arrows for the party since I think half of us are just down, like, a little.
You're taking what?
I have 35 arrows. If
Oh,
anybody
never
needs
mind
some.
arrows then. Just crossbow bolts.
Okay.
Because Grath asked me to pick those up.
Those as well.
It does take you a little bit of back and forth going through shops and whatnot, but you do find places that do sell those, and you clear shop buying most of their supplies that they haven't really sent over to the war effort. And you do see this air of happiness about the vendors as they sell the stuff to you instead of giving it to the war. They're happy that they are making a profit finally.
I kind of just see this happen and ask them, actual war effort, or did the Inquisition just come in and say, give us shit or we'll burn down your...
This middle-aged woman who's running the shop, she looks at you and says, well, it was both actually. There was the Inquisition that came over here. They didn't have a strong foothold in Shongen, as it happens. It was very far away from them. They didn't really send. They didn't get you settle here as in the other cities. They did send a small squad, but the Golden Trio took care of them very swiftly and released a few prisoners even. They did try to ask for some stuff, had people hand things over for them, but it was lost, unfortunately. They did burn it all. So most of us, however, managed to recover some of our belongings. I was able to recover some of my merchandise, but then when the Golden Trio said that they wanted to go up north against the Dark Brotherhood, well, let's just say that they had a very compelling argument, and most of us felt like, sure, at least someone's trying to make a change here. I don't wonder that you're going to go and help them, the Golden Trio.
We do plan on going.
Oh, that's a relief then. People have been very nervous because we haven't had news from them in quite a while.
We plan to go. We just have a few things we need to do beforehand.
Well, when you find them, I hope you make some changes here. Because it's been a while that this whole place has been stagnated. We definitely need some change in this land. Oh well, in any case, thank you so very much for your patronage. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Is the woman just a general shopkeeper, or is she like a smith or anything? I'm just double checking.
She is a shopkeeper. She runs this general store that also collaborates with the other cities of Valdsbach and Nade to send and make requisition of supplies to make sure that all cities are always completely stocked. She's sort of a quartermaster for this whole region, these further away cities. But in general, she's just a storekeep. She doesn't have any weird specialties.
Do you have any silver arrows?
Silver arrows? I'm afraid we don't, unfortunately. You might have better luck searching for those in Hokangen.
Noted. Thank you.
You're welcome. Unfortunately, we don't have those here, I'm afraid.
Do you have possibly some leather scraps or straps of leather that can be fashioned?
Oh, I turn to Fel and I tell him I got a couple things of leather in the bag.
I've been
You got 4
thinking-
yards of leather in the bag.
I may come by and ask you to make something for me.
Well, I would be more than happy to assist you if you wish.
Well, you can commission it now. I have the leather if you want to talk with him about it.
How would a leather armor of sorts, but for a smaller creature?
Well, you would need to seek a tailor of sorts then, or an armorer. I'm afraid I don't have the specialty to make any of that. Over here in Shungin, I'm also afraid you're not gonna find anyone who can do that. Maybe you have better luck in Gamburg, or maybe even Hokingen. They have some good crafters over there.
Thank you for your time.
However, if you are looking for beer, we do have some very good one here in Shungin.
I prefer to keep a clean mind.
Well, sure thing then. If there's anything else I can help you with, just let me know.
I walk over to Fel and just tell him I know what you're planning, and I would probably wait till she's full grown for.
When she's full grown, she'll have armor for herself naturally out of scales. It's while she's young and fairly unprotected that worries.
That's true, but she's like a dragon. They're pretty thick. But I know where you're coming from. I have some plates if you want to reinforce something in your clothes.
No, I think if you could help add some beholder teeth to my necklace, that might be better.
Oh yeah, when we get downtime, I will definitely do that. Also, to the party, I'm going to list how many potions we have in the bag of holding, because I am an idiot and did not keep track of them very well.
You should. So, yeah, there's some healing potions that you guys do have in the bag of holding. However, you are unable to acquire any more here in the city. Apparently, the only person who may have any an additional stuff to sell is Shura, the Arcanist of the city, up in her tower.
Well, we'll have to go see her eventually.
I will also say that you guys do spend an hour doing this whole carousing through town, searching for items and such. And rumor mongering.
Yes, you can have a great...
Lilith deserves it just as much as any of us do.
I give Fel a greater...
No, oh, not quite what I meant, but...
In any
I'll
case,
hold on to
do use the chat to distribute potions between yourselves, because we can do that and also keep the story flowing. So, Bean Squad,
Okay.
1 hour later, what are you guys doing?
Well, we should probably go see this Arcanist.
Has Summerled woken up yet?
He has rested for 6 hours already. But no, he's still resting. Fortunately, this is not so much a case you can just long rest and get over with. This toll that his body has took is very heavy and he needs to rest for quite an extended period of time. So he does need to complete this 8-hour sleep cycle, so to speak. So are you guys gonna keep watching over Summerland?
If it's gonna take longer, I guess we're gonna have to head to the thing. Sure.
Alright. So who is staying behind and who is going to talk to Shura?
Grath will stay.
Flint
I'll
really
go.
wants to talk to the Arcanist, but he doesn't really want to leave Groth or Summerled behind at this
Go
point.
talk. Go talk.
I'll
to her.
stay with Graf and Summerled.
Alright, I do feel better with you here, Fel, because you are very dependable. So, if you're okay with it, I'll go with Shura.
I'll stay with Graf. I'll keep him safe for you.
Fel, thank you. And then Flint will join up with the rest of the party to go talk to the Arcanist.
Alright, so Draken, Flint, Hentai, Lilith, Matthias are going?
Yep.
Yes.
Flint, just double checking. Did you add a superior healing potion to your inventory?
I'm looking through the compendium, otherwise I'll have to type it in myself.
I think only the base healing potion is in the compendium. At least that's all I could find.
Yep.
So you can drag that in and then adjust the amount it says you heal.
Honestly, yeah, the healing amount, it doesn't really matter if you have...
Anywho, oh dang. Oh no, my notes. So, all of you guys make your way then to the western gate of the city. Once you reach it, you do see people, a guard on the inside that notices you guys approaching. They knock on the door and the gate opens from the outside to the same direction you guys came in. And you do see the same guards there still keeping watch, and they let you guys out as you start your journey to go into the Arcanist's tower. The only question...
Has my owl returned yet, by the way? Sorry.
It has returned, but without the message. It seems to have been delivered.
Okay, my owl told me if it was delivered.
Yes, your message was delivered. Your owl did deliver your message, but apparently there was no response with it.
That's fine.
Okay. So, Bing Squad. First, I need to know: are you taking the cart with you?
I think we're just heading to the Arcanist right now. We will have left the cart at the tavern just to keep it.
Okay, so you have left the
Besides
cart.
that, they said she was only like a mile or so out, so it's not that far.
Most it's going to take an hour.
Okay, fair enough.
It shouldn't take us an hour.
I said at most. It depends on the terrain.
So, Bing Squad, you do leave the city through the western side, and as you turn north, Flint is with you, and Flint, thanks to your massive, gigantic passive perception, you can see over, a little bit above the treetops, the very tip of apparently a Arcanist tower north of the city. And you get a very good sense of the direction you guys need to go. So, do you go that
If
way?
that is the case, I will be taking point.
Okay. So, Flint, if you are taking point, I will assume that you are leading this party through this thicket of jungle, or rather forest
Indeed, I am.
Okay. I will need you to go ahead and make a survival check.
Survival.
Yes.
I'm proficient
Yes, the
with
thing
that.
that I'm
Unless you would like to let one of your friends lead the way instead.
9.
So
Well, I would imagine I would be taking point with Matthias since I know he's good with nature and stuff.
yeah, I'd be assisting him with this,
Okay.
obviously, but
So, you do all of the time, Flint. You get this very good notion of when I entered this forest, I know I saw the tower that way, so we were going that way. Meanwhile, both you and Matthias do keep walking straight forward, northwards-ish, until it doesn't even you don't even have to walk a mile. You walk even less, just a couple 100 feet, maybe one more extra 100, before you get out of these what's it called? Before you do get out of the thick of the trees and you get into this open area where you can see the tower ahead of you in the distance, still some 100 feet away from you, but you can't see the tower. It's very tall. It's extending some, since I don't know feet, I will say that it's from 15-20 meters high. And all of you look up to this tower in all of its size and how well built it is, consider that it's not being constantly maintained within the city, but instead built in the wilderness. However, as soon as you look forward, you do stop immediately as you see that there's a gigantic chasm between you and the tower. And it appears to have been built in somewhat of a kind of a little landmass in the middle of this chasm.
Well, now isn't that just fucking convenient?
Can I investigate the chasm and just see if it's an illusion?
Sure, Draken, make an investigation check. $15, alright. Draken, you do approach the chasm as you try to look. What do you got? It seems real enough, but you're not quite certain, so you pick up a few stones from the ground and you throw it into the chasm, and it goes all the way down and lands with a distant thud and clattering further down. You can, looking from over here, you imagine this fall to be around 80 to 120 feet deep. Chasm.
I'm not tight-roping this.
Come again?
How wide is it? How wide is the chasm?
And are there any bridges to get across?
The chasm is about 40 feet wide in all directions, but you do see that, thankfully, there is a bridge from this side where you guys are to the tower itself. So we didn't even need to worry. There is a bridge, which seems to be very intact, as a matter of fact.
I think we walk across the bridge.
Okay. As you approach the bridge, and you do see there is a sort of a billboard of sorts, I forget the term, near the bridge with sort of a warning message just saying, be wary, this tower is trapped.
I'm just gonna send my familiar up just to kind of tap on the window. Anything?
Okay. So Draken, once again, you send Hoodie to do all the hard work for you, and all of you stand behind the bridge, still on this side of the chasm, as your owl flies all the way up into the tower, perches into this small opening from which you guys can see. There's a big telescope poking out of it, just like in previous Arcanist towers. Your owl perches into this small opening and then starts stepping inside, hopping as owls do. Once inside, you lose sight of your owl, but I believe you can see through it.
Yeah, so long as it's within a certain distance, I can see it.
Okay, what is the distance?
Let me check the familiar.
Please do.
As long as it's within 100 feet of me, it should be
120?
100.
100. Yeah, it's still enough. The bridge is not too long, the tower is not too high, so you are able to see within it. You do see. Do you wish to see through the eyes of your owl?
Once. Yeah, I'll look through it before I cross the bridge.
Okay. So Draken, looking through your owl's eye, you are able to see as it flies through the air, enters the tower, and there you can see this elven woman apparently just messing around with some belongings, putting things down into what appears to be a chest to the corner. She seems to have been organizing items and papers. And your owl is gonna call out for her.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So the hootie just hoots a little bit, and you do see Shura get startled a little bit and look behind with a bit of a spook. And when she sees the owl, she just starts talking to the owl like, "Why are you here again? Is everyone here already?" Oh, all right.
I'm gonna have the owl nod like yes.
All right, let's meet your friends, I suppose. And the owl just sees that Shura, she just opens this sort of a trapdoor in the floor, exposing a ladder, and then she starts going down the ladder and closing the trapdoor behind her. And then you hear this clacking noise of the trapdoor locking. And Shura is no longer in the room.
I leave the owl's vision, tell her she's gonna meet us at the door.
So all of you guys wait for a little while with expectations until you see on the other side of the bridge the door to the tower just opening up, and you see in the distance this elven woman with long black hair, very opulent clothes, mostly dark colors, and she seems to be wearing the same cloak you heard talk of in the city. And she slowly but surely starts walking your way, crossing the bridge, until she finally approaches all of you and says, "Well, if it isn't the Bean Squad, who sent me the letter?"
Dracon raises his hand. That would be me.
Oh, okay.
Figured there to give you a heads up. Someone's coming.
Well, I do appreciate the heads up. Normally, I don't get that sort of heads up. I just wanted to let you know that although my colleague Loza is not the coolest guy in the party, you did misspell his name. Loza is written with an S, just so you know.
Wait,
Okay, because the way he said it like with a Z, so it's a little confusing.
Did you really spell it with a Z?
I think I misclicked on my keyboard, that's why, and I didn't think of it.
Jesus Christ.
In any case, welcome to my humble tower. I see only 5 of you. However, I hear that there is more.
Yeah, the other
yes,
three
one of
are back
our-
in town.
Yes, one of our members, they went through a ritual of sorts, and they're wiped from it.
Momentarily, you mean? Not
Yes, momentarily, not
okay.
dead. They're just super exhausted.
Well,
Yeah, we got the other 2 party members watching over him.
well, Knave, you should really pay attention to the words you use. It's really important sometimes. In any case, how can I help your lot?
Well, first of all, can we not talk on the bridge because this is a little
Out in the open.
Unsettling? Oh, sure, I would invite you in, but my tower is a little bit of a mess, and I'm not fond of visitors. The last ones didn't not do it justice. So
Yeah, I don't see what's so unsettling about this bridge. We're only about 1,000,000 feet up in the air.
It's better than Alistair's right now because Alistair's has a huge hole in the wall.
you do see Shura kinda squint her eyes at your mention of that, and she doesn't seem to mention anything, but she definitely took notice of what you said and says, well,
You didn't do it.
I'm not a huge fan of Shungin as it is, but it is the city that I have been ordered to look after, so I suppose we could go over there and have a chat. So, what are we waiting for? And sure, she just, as she is, she just starts walking in your direction. As she approaches all of you, she takes a moment to nod to each one of you. This very sort of polite little, very short bow. She doesn't shakes hands with anyone. She just does a little polite bow. And then she keeps on walking in the direction of the city.
I just turn and follow and say, like, well.
Oh, okay,
gonna
this
have a
is
chat.
weird.
Alright, we just spent an hour and we're just gonna go. Alright.
If I knew that, I would have said
grumble.
yes in the. We said
Someone's gonna grumble just a little bit, but take point again with Matthias.
By the way, you guys did not take that long to cross this little forest until you reach Shurza's tower. It wasn't that long. It took you guys about 10 minutes to cross the forest.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Oh, okay, never mind. Then Flint will grumble less.
But grumble still, he will.
Yeah, just a little bit, because we went all the way there. We didn't even get to go inside the tower. It's Flint is disappointed in his head.
I was just gonna say we're also gonna see if we can get some supplies off you, but okay.
Well, supplies can wait a little bit. I first want to hear what you have to say. So, as all of you guys walk with Shura all the way back into the city, when you get to the gates, you do see all of the guards. They just kind of jump in place, completely spooked by seeing Shura, the Arcanist, here in the city again. They are somewhat used to her, but not quite so much that she's still. By the way, before all of this, as you guys are walking, I wanna make a retroactive check. From the 5 of you, none of you are very super well suited for it. I would say Lilith, you get to make a religion check. And Draken.
Okay.
And Matthias 2 with advantage.
What am I rolling? Sorry.
Religion.
With advantage?
Yes. Draken, you don't have advantage.
Okay.
I'm more of a history person.
That you are.
13.
Okay. It kind of glances over you guys' heads. However, you, Matthias, as you look, as Shura seems to be walking by, trailing a little bit behind her at some moments, you do notice that this cloak that she's using, it has a symbol in it, and resembles a little bit a symbol that you have been hunting for quite a while. It looks very close to that symbol, but not quite. There's some subtle differences here and there that you kind of can't help but to think for a long while and wonder, could it be? It is different, but it's also it looks so much like it, but it isn't it. Huh. And this thought just keeps swimming through your head. All the while, as you guys walk into the city, through the forest, into the city, and then into the inn and on the bedroom where all of you guys are now. So, how can I help you? I assume you are going after the Golden Trio?
Yeah, we're going after them. We're hoping you would be able to help us with a faster way to get there, because if we left on foot, something tells me we're not going to get to where they are before the Fivnit starts.
By the way, Summerled, by now you would be awake for this conversation. However, you're still bedridden, but you are awake, should you wish to partake in the conversation as well.
Yo, I feel better.
So you wish to go all the way up to Lundeland, is that so?
Yes, we have some very important business to deal with Branislav.
Oh, you're going against Branislav. Well,
I'm just gonna say the name Regaorent and see if she reacts.
right. Lilith, make an insight check.
Hold on, let me return to the computer. I'm like 3 feet away from.
Okay. As you go about dropping names.
Why not?
Can I insight check that too, as soon as she says that?
Sure.
I'm already leaning against the door, stopping her from leaving with my arms crossed, and you know.
Very bouncer style.
17.
17, alright.
Can I roll?
Yes. Draken, you can roll. Okay. So, Lilith and Draken, as Lilith goes and drops the name Regaorent, Shura just looks at you with this air of very faint recognition, but she doesn't quite seem to know what you're talking about. She seems to have heard this name before, but doesn't seem to have any close connection to it. You do know that Branislav is a very powerful arcanist, and he will not hold back against anyone who is trying to stop him, right?
He's not an arcanist, lady. He's a motherfucking dragon.
Sure, let's just spill all the secrets.
I don't know what you mean by that, knave. However, I do know that you are a little bit challenged with words, so maybe one of your friends can explain it a little bit better?
Alright, so since we seem to be spilling all the beans to people, our friend Sunlad here, he went through a ritual to get rid of some curse, and while this ritual is going on, the aspect of a dragon whose name is that name that was just mentioned, I have no idea how to say that name, so I'm not even going to bother. And apparently that is the whole big bad thing that's going on here.
So you have seen the shadow of a dragon, is that so?
Yeah.
A very old, probably blue one.
We don't know blue. I've never seen it.
It looked bluish by color.
So, what about this dragon?
Well, here's the thing. You would know him under another name. That name being Brenislav.
Do you mean to say that Brenislav is in fact a dragon?
That is exactly what we're saying, yes.
I mean, don't you find it odd that he knows so much for just being a human?
Well, it is an intriguing thought, indeed. He certainly does know more than he should be able to know. And he has spearheaded a lot of breakthroughs in many fields, which only someone with very vast nation knowledge would be able to, but dragons don't exist anymore. Their history are myths.
One still exists.
Yeah, what about over at South Peak?
Well, some of my colleagues have indeed been fixated with the idea of dragons still existing, still hiding, but for years and ages, nobody has ever seen a dragon. For real, only rumors and history, bedtime horror tales for children, but there has not been dragon sightings in forever, and some of my colleagues are very hopeful that dragons are still a thing. And
People would say the same thing about Symphidine.
well, that they do, those are myths. But to imagine,
Right.
imagine that Brenislav is a dragon. That is quite a stretch. A good one in a way and a bad one in a way. Mostly bad, as you're not just apparently deciding to go against an Arcanist, you're deciding to go against a dragon. I believe you are confident in your capabilities well enough to face one and win. Or is that not your intention?
Our intention right now is to get to Lundeland as soon as possible.
Yeah, and if you have a way to get us there faster than it would take us on foot, we would greatly appreciate that.
Well, I can try and help you. Unfortunately, ever since Brenislav or Brigade whichever, has taken Lundeland, I have not set foot there ever since. In fact, I haven't even been to Bach or Frauenberg in quite a while. I have some faint memories from when I have been to these cities a while ago, but I can't say for sure that I cannot say for sure that I can safely teleport you all the way over there. The best
What's
I can
the
do.
closest you could do?
The best I can do is get you all to Frauenberg. That much I can assure you. If you want, I could try sending you all into Lundeland, but there's always a chance that I might screw that up.
I would like to insight check, please.
Okay, Lilith, go ahead and insight check.
$22.
22, secrets. Time to do a whisper.
Wait, do I still have DM's inspiration?
I don't know. Have you used it?
No, I just remembered. I think I had it.
If it's
Oh, no,
marked,
I still have it.
if it's marked in your character sheet, you probably have it.
I do.
Anyway, whisper time.
Remember, not Dwarven Forge, not Loot Crate, not any sponsor, because we're not sponsored.
Only no
Better
production.
not be. It better not be Loot Crate, because I'm pretty sure they're out of business.
Yeah, Loot Crate's like went bankrupt. They're like reorganizing, and I think they also got bought by another company as well. So
Joke still exists.
Well,
Making fun of
yes.
Sam Riegel, so having a fit.
jokes always exist.
Just look at me! I'm a horrific joke!
Get 10% off with
So, as you do ask, Shura says, I can safely bring you to Frondberg, but not any further. Not without risks, that is.
And how long would it take us to get from Frondberg to Lundeland on foot?
On foot, that would be... Well, I imagine it would be a one-day travel into back and then another day travel into Lundeland. Getting through back is not gonna be that big of a problem. The biggest problem is gonna be getting into Lundeland itself, since the city has been walled and has been guarded by the Dark Brotherhood for quite a while. And the biggest problem actually with... Well, Frondberg has been freed by the Golden Trio, but the city of Bak is still somewhat in their control, and that's a little bit of... That's a little bit uncertain.
With 3 days before the Fivnet.
We're gonna need you to get us as close as possible to the front.
Well, I can try to send you to Lundeland, but I can't assure you that it will work. And it would be a shot in the dark.
Are you more concerned about your own abilities to teleport us there, or is it you don't want to send us to our potential death? Because I assure you, we all know the risks, and we've already accepted it.
I trust my abilities to a degree. I know that I could do it if I really wanted to, but I don't know the full extent of Bronislav's abilities, and I don't know that he would be ready to strike you down as soon as you showed up in there.
Can I insight check that, please?
Sure.
While she's rolling that insight roll, Flint's going to say, so instead of dropping us directly on Lundeland, maybe you can drop us like an hour or two north or something, then we can just make our way down.
I could... north of Lundeland. Huh.
Just like the outskirts.
I have not been that way in quite a while. Didn't really have a reason to. On that.
Could you get us to Bach safely?
To Bak, I probably could. Not in the city of Bak, but close to it. Close
That's
enough.
perfectly fine.
That one will be...
Okay. That much I can do at least.
I will give my DM's inspiration to Lilith.
Do you want to re-roll that insight check?
I mean, I guess if he's giving it to me, I guess. I don't know. I'm still saving mine until something feels really important.
So if you already have DM's inspiration, you can't get another one.
Yeah, I mean, I've already.
Oh, I
got
didn't know
my
you had
inspiration.
it.
Yeah, I still have it from sometime last year. I don't remember how I got it.
Oh yeah, then never mind.
But I got it. It's just I don't want to use it on insight checks. I'm saving it until something feels really important.
Like a death saving throw.
I feel like I already know enough from the previous insight to get a feel for what I learned from this one.
Okay.
Up to you
I
then.
will not gift it then.
Okay. So, So, Lilith, what you can gather from Shura is that she is indeed unsure of Branislav's capabilities. Especially now that she's been shaken a little bit by the revelation that he might be a dragon. So all what she knew, what she thought she knew about him, might actually not even be all there is to know about him. She does seems worried. However, Lilith, you also do get the sense that if she really wanted, she really could send you guys to Lundeland, but by then it would be so much of a incognita of possibilities and risks that it really would be up to you guys.
Yeah, I figured that from the last incident.
Yeah. I mean, dropping in would be great, but also we'd be literally throwing ourselves right into the middle of enemy territory with no plans and no nothing.
No plans,
Right,
no backup, and whatever supplies we have in our pocket.
Exactly.
Either way, that's what we're going to be dealing with.
Well, hold up. We're not. I mean, I don't know if we should be right into Lunderland. Maybe we go to one of the other cities and then we can plan in a way of getting in there. I mean, there's got to be breaks in the wall somewhere.
Yeah,
If
like
we can-
Dracon said, we can go to Bach.
We can go
Bach
to
is
Bach, or we can go to Frauenberg, meet up with the army that's already there, help them push into and through Bach, and into Lund. Because let's be honest, although we might have better luck just moving through ourselves, a smaller strike.
Even then, you want to coordinate with an army for when the strike team completes something.
By the way, Draken, because of your natural 20 in your investigation check earlier, you did get some more rumors from the city. So I will give you a little bit of insight. You have heard that there is a big-ass army in Frauenberg who is not advancing towards Lundeland for two reasons. The first being that the 15th is close approaching and nobody wants to get caught stranded in the middle of the road when it hits. Secondly, there seems to be some sort of magical whatever in back that is getting everyone to quake in their boots and not want to advance.
Okay, so I just look to you guys and tell them, I think we might have to help them with Bach.
So we go to Bach, blow up the magical thingy that's causing problems.
Alright, more magic. Alright, let's do it.
Yeah.
Yes, I got you crossbow bolts, and I think 1 gold is actually 20.
Quick question, Graf. Who did you send that message to? Was it Ray? Draco?
Yeah, it was Draco.
Okay, gotcha. I also got that whisper.
Doug is seeing our whisper again.
I shouldn't be able
I
to.
want to see people. I want to see people's whispers.
Actually, I have to control it like that. That's so when I have the dynamic lightning, I can see what your guys see in the stream. But I get to see everyone's whispers, and that is bad.
Yeah, because it's colored in the live stream.
It does, which is bad.
Well, fortunately, this was just about crossbow bolts.
Okay.
Doug, I need you to tell me how you did that so I can do that for my game.
Sure. I'll let you know once we're done.
I want to see whispers. I like knowing things.
By the way, this was an accident. It didn't happen like this before. I guess Roll20 people updated something because I didn't change anything, but it started happening. So
My guess is it was always intended for the DM to see the whispers, but I think there was a bug in the program.
Maybe. In any case, what are you guys doing after hearing what Shura has to say?
I think we go to Bach, rest a day for Summerlad to be fully healed. Or we can rest here and go in the morning. It's up to you. We deal with that. And then we move on to Lundeland. I also owe you a bit of information, sure.
Come again?
The letter, I said I had some information for her.
Oh, yes. So what information is it, Draken?
We found the tomb of Iglebet's mortal body.
All of the Almighty's mortal bodies, technically.
Pretty much, yeah. We did find that.
And I see. Well, that much Okay, that much I can say that I already knew. Luckily.
Currently the home to several thousand Sunfordine.
Yes, as it happens, I did aid the Golden Trio in making their way to Frontberg, and they have been there close to there a while before. They knew a thing or two. They told me about it.
Did you know pretty much the entire city worships Iglebet?
That much I did not know, truth to be told. The Golden Trio were unable to get very far, but they did meet with some Synfodine who told them a thing or two about their city. But they too were pressed to go through Lundeland, so we didn't get
Did
to...
you know Iglebeth was a Synfodine?
I did not know that.
Yeah, funny thing. Apparently all of them are ascended mortals. It's very interesting.
And apparently he was in love with Hakamp again, who lied to him to get Cosme locked away.
At this moment, all of you can see that Ashura is just listening to all of what you guys are saying and try to take it in as best as she can. And you can see that she is also trying to make some mental connections with the lore that she has been studying for decades. And assigning all of this in, she is just like... So... He existed, he wasn't just a divine being. He was alive at one point. He was in this world, in this plane.
Yep.
Oh, wow. And this is just a theory I think a few of us have. The reason dragons no longer exist is because Cosme is no longer here.
So... Could that mean that Cosme was also immortal once? Did Cosme walk this planet? This world?
It's an interesting question, but sadly, unless we find a tomb, there's no real way.
Or we talk to Iglebeth directly.
I doubt even Iglebeth may know. Well, Iglebeth did used to be Cosme's high priest, so I suppose if anybody would know, it would be.
Well, if all of the divines, if all of the Almighty are ascended, it would make sense for Cosme to also have been ascended, but it is weird indeed that there's so little story known about Cosme. It's not a religion that is still talked about nowadays like all the other Almighties, so something about him is certainly different, and I wonder what it is. And
History is written by the victors, and when he was forced out by our current pantheon, I doubt they wanted to keep much mention of him.
yes,
Mainly Hakamp again, I think.
Well, there's no real way to know who did what.
True, but I blame her more than anyone else.
But this
He
is
was definitely involved.
but this is intriguing. So how? I don't even know how.
I think at this point we should give her a copy of the poem we found.
Sure. You do pretty much get you get sure up to speed about most everything you know and wish to share with her about the Symphony and the Almighties. And all the while just see Shura really flabbergasted with all this information that she's learning and just pondering to herself like,
Well,
How?
Lilith can repeat the entire multi-paragraph explanation thing I came.
and Lilith does present her theory as to what's up. And
Draco is helping with the string and the pictures.
Here's the poem, and here's literally a thesis on it.
and Shura is just like, how did this remain secret for so long? Granted, this continent was undiscovered until Branislav told us to go west. That makes sense. He knew about this. He knew this would be here. That's why. Oh, Branislav, he really knew it all.
Dragon.
That's a devilish level of cunning that indeed only someone with knowledge that they could not possibly possess would be able to come up with. That makes so much sense.
While we're all revealing secrets, might as well pull Saphira out and start chopping up some food for her.
And you do, Fel. Saphira, she has been getting a little bit more acquainted with your group and with finding herself in confined spaces such as places with walls and ceilings, which is not the kind of environment where Saphira should grow up into, but she seems used to being indoors by now, having been indoors and underground so much with you. She does also seems very eager now to get her food and spread her wings every now and then. But you do see Saphira yearning for the open air quite a lot whenever she's indoors, like right now.
Lovely.
Regardless,
I think Hootie will try to entice Saphira to fly up to him.
Who?
I think I'll just have Hootie kind of taunt Saphira into flying.
Let's not start the bullying already.
Don't think this bullying, more encouragement.
It's bullying.
And Draco, you would entice Hootie to go and start flying around the room and getting Saphira to follow it. If you hadn't looked around yourself and thought, well, we're in a very small room with 8 people, 9 actually, counting the Arcanist. It's kind of cramped in here. Maybe this is not the best place for this. Or is it?
Or is it?
So, Draco, what do you do?
Give me a minute.
While we are giving you a minute, you just see Shura really thinking to herself like, well, this is it then. Whatever Branislav is planning has to tie in with the Fifnate somehow.
Yeah, we suspect there's a ritual to bring back Cosme because Cosme and the dragon seem to be equal and opposite energy of each other. While Cosme represents elemental chaos, the dragons and I would probably represent some form of.
Well, that's. I suppose that only someone who has seen dragons would be able to know, because there hasn't been dragons around for centuries. That we wouldn't really need someone who knows dragons, and who better than a dragon themselves. Oh, but to play with such forces, to bring back an almighty that has been banished for whatever reason, why would someone play with such forces, with chaos itself?
We believe Branislav or Regaorent is the last of his kind and is trying to bring back Cosme, because by doing so it will bring back the dragon.
But still, to do that could mean the end of the world as we know it, and yet he's trying to go through with this.
The question is, why does the Fivnit exist to begin with?
Well, it has something to do with Cosme, because it didn't exist before the banishment.
This explains so much, and yet answers us nothing. There's so much I still don't know, and so many blanks I still need to fill.
Join the club.
I have researched the Almighties and Eaglebeth for my whole life. That's why I left. That's why I left Hosenfeld. That's why I came to Nolyn. That's why I dedicated all my life to this, to understand. And still, knowledge is always within our grasp, and yet we can't get to it ever. It's so frustrating, and yet I know that if I don't do this, nobody else will. Oh, actually, you have done it yourself, so maybe I don't need to do it after all. But joking aside, this is serious. And I don't know that the Golden Trio is equipped with such knowledge. And they are definitely running into certain demise and death. They don't know that they're going up against a dragon. They need to be warned. Ping Squad, I'll do my best to aid you, but do your best also to save the Golden Trio. I do owe them my life, and I will not see this debt lie dead, unpaid. So, I will send you to back, if that is what you want.
Just double check with everyone. Bach? Everyone okay with Bach?
The less time it takes for us to get to where we need to go, save time for the fit.
Yeah,
It
if
also
Bach
means
is
the
where
sooner
we're
we
going,
can
and Bach is where we're going, because shit needs to happen.
There's also that magical thing we should probably deal with.
We have to deal with that if we're gonna get the army up north before the Fivnit, because we're not moving.
Yeah, anything that we can do, and also, I mean, we'll be able to clue in the Golden Trio on things and help assist them.
Besides, we can mess up a whole lot of stuff in the enemy backline when the army does advance if we're already...
You know,
As one does.
open the gate for them in a sense.
You know, elite SWAT task force bullshit.
Have no clue what you're saying there, Draco.
Neither do I.
What is SWAT?
Yes, what is? I'm confused.
Special weapons and tactics. Flint would say that with no hesitation.
Isn't that what we do to flies?
That too.
What we do to Draco spouting nonsense.
Oh yeah.
Looks at you with sad eyes.
That reminds me, I got the overwhelming urge to punch you earlier while I was waiting outside the tavern. Did you do anything stupid while I wasn't around?
I'm Dracon. I always do something stupid.
He might have said something stupid.
Oh, poor Draco.
The sooner we.
I'm rolling with it.
So, is there anything else you guys wish to do?
Well, we were going to discuss with... Shit, what's your name? Something about potions, about supplies. She said we could do that after.
Oh yeah, we're gonna see if you had any supplies that you could give us.
Okay.
That we could purchase or any way to help us with this venture, since we're going to be probably not anywhere where a good shop is for quite a while.
Alright, so talking to Shura, you guys, she just looks at you all and says, well, I have been saving these for the Golden Trio, hoping that they would come back eventually and use them, but I guess that now it is up to you to go after them. So I do have some health potions that could be of use to you. And she goes ahead and hands you guys some health potions. So what Shura does have is, let me check potions because I always forget which one is which. She goes ahead and hands you guys some potions of healing, of course. That would be 4 potions of healing. I mean, 4 greater potions of healing, or even potion of greater healing. And 2 potions of superior healing. Let me put that in chat.
I believe Flint was given one of the superiors.
She hands it to the party, so it's up to you guys how you're gonna split those around.
Okay, I'll take one of the superiors for myself, because if I go down, I need to get up.
Did we decide earlier that Flint's getting the other superior?
Yeah, I gave it to
Yeah, so I got the other superior.
Well, no, the superior you have is separate from these ones.
Oh, that's a separate superior?
Yes, this is what she's giving us. The one that you got earlier is one we already had.
Yes, exactly.
Ah, okay, so I've got that superior. Give the other superior to Grath. That's what Flint would say.
Grath has one. Grath took it out of the bag of holding before today.
I give Matthias the other superior.
Okay, I will take that.
Well, of course, Dracon would say that. Ha ha ha.
Dracon's just blushing and trying to hide his face right now.
I think we should give some to Sam, because... You know,
I have already potions, and I have my
I'm gonna give Hantai 2 greater, because I don't think he has any.
I'm looking at his sheet. He says he has a superior healing potion in here. I don't know if he used it.
So,
In that case, he gets 1.
Shura goes ahead and hands all of you guys healing potions. Go ahead and decide in chat how you're gonna split them up. However, she also says, there is this thing that I have been thinking. Another way I could help you all. But that would require some money, which I don't have on me right now. I don't suppose...
How much you need?
I don't suppose you would have 6,000 gold pieces, would you?
I've got 3 in the. How much is 1,000 gold in?
Silver.
No, I mean in platinum.
100. 1,000 platinum equals 100 platinum equals 1,000 gold. She needs 6,000 gold, which would be 600 platinum.
Okay.
And Shura she goes and says, I don't know that it would be enough, but I have this, which we could formally trade for said money. And she produces this small stone of a sort. It seems to be a magical stone by the looks of it.
What does it do?
This small stone that she produces, she says, this is a stone of knowledge, a Fanfagor. It isn't actually an almighty gift, but it is helpful with retaining magical capabilities within yourself.
Dracon is looking at that carefully.
Okay.
What do you mean retaining?
Dracon, does that mean you're identifying it?
I would only identify if I could ask, but he's definitely interested in it.
Well, I'm currently asking her what she means by retaining.
By retaining, she means that you, mechanically speaking, you can store spell slots into this stone and use it afterwards.
Oh. Okay.
Sounds like something our resident cleric could use for extra heals.
True.
Or a resident bard for extra blasting.
I may have a lot of crap to give you. Just give me a second to go through everything.
A lot of what did you give?
I may have that much, but it's not all in gold. Some of it is in gem.
Okay. So, in short, this stone, it allows you to store up to 3 levels worth of spells. So you can put 3 level 1s, 1 level 3, 1 level 2, and a level 1. Some of you might know it as a Ayun stone.
Would anyone else like to put money into this, just so I don't completely drain the bag of holding?
How much do you need?
Just let me see how much the gems works out to, because I'm gonna put up 2 grand from the bag of holding.
I can put in 200 gold of my own pocket here.
I have. What is the name?
Just let me work out the gems first. I'm just letting you know I might need some contribution.
Boy, doing this over chat is a horrible idea. Only one person can speak at a time. But in any case, she does gives you guys some potions free of charge, and she also offers you guys this Stone of Knowledge of Fanfagor in case you want. However, she is also asking for 6,000 gold pieces, or 600 platinum pieces, for a plan that she has, quote unquote, that she needs money to pull through.
And I will also contribute 500 gold.
Cool. Maybe mark those off in chat from how much you can give and are willing to give to make accounting easier for everyone involved. And in the meanwhile, I will say that enough time goes by with all of you guys discussing things amongst yourselves, talking to Shura, planning what you're gonna do. So by now, it would be around 3 in the afternoon. And you, Summerled, would have been fully recuperated from your downtime.
I feel much better now.
There you go.
My hands hurt.
So, Hentai, sorry, not Hentai. Summerled, you are, have been nursed back into health. It's still, it is still weird. You do still feel this sort of alien feeling to your face as your actual eye is no longer there, and instead you do feel this eye that is not quite yours in its place. You do feel this sort of phantom pain of sorts of having had an eye that you don't no longer have, and at times it feels weird because this artifact eye that you have in your eye, you don't feel the need to blink with it, and still you blink on instinct, and it kind of, it has a very weird feel to it that it doesn't quite agrees with you, but a little you're learning to cope with it.
This is a unique feeling. Now I know how you felt, Flint.
How I felt by what?
This eye here, the one that is this glowing eyeball, it's gone. Now it's only an object.
Yeah,
well,
we
I
kind of
guess I
saw
can
that.
understand that. At least you didn't feel anything as you were getting the fake eye, though. My arm here? Ugh, you don't want to know.
I understand. But yeah, it's gone now. I've managed to take some of the magic and I can see through it, but this is so weird.
So, Bean Squad, what is the plan? Anything else you wish to discuss?
In terms of money, I only have 1 platinum to chip in.
I've just put in the chat what I took from people.
Grath offered 39 platinum pieces, so that's 3,900 gold right there, I believe. Or do I have that wrong?
That's
390
wrong.
gold?
That's 300
Yeah,
gold.
390. Whoops, excuse me.
I've already taken the full amount offered by. It's listed. I took full amount from Tiger, Flint, and Hantai. Only took 100 from Lilith. The rest is coming from the bag of holding. The 27. I have 27 gems worth 100 gold each, and I'm giving her 2,000.
Which is good, because in a way you do need space in your bag of holding to put in more loot when you find it.
Yes.
True.
And I'm pretty sure we still have plenty left in our chest back in Dorf.
Yes, but we're not going back there anytime soon.
Nope.
Not anytime soon. I'm just saying we're not short on cash in the long run.
Who knows? Maybe next time you go back to your manor, there will be another no friend in there. Who knows?
Okay, amount is gone from the bag of holding.
I'm giving Flint and Tiger 100 GP.
Not really necessary. I mean, I still have 500.
Yeah, I still got some platinum. You don't really need to give me anything.
I've got platinum. Too.
Bottom line is, we got the thing. And how many items does Summerlad have?
This requires attunement.
This item, it does.
Does it require attunement? Okay, so I think I might be at my limit now with attunement.
3 items, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, you can only have up to 3 items attuned, and this is an
I'd like
attunable.
to attune an item.
We all would.
Would be neat. I
What's
mean,
yours?
I got these.
I got the bracers of archery.
Oh yeah, bracers. Need to get those from Dwarf next time we're there.
Fel, I'm
They're still
giving
with Lowe's, I think.
GP. I'm giving Fel's 100 GP.
Why?
Because you said you only had 1 platinum.
Yeah, I have no need to carry money.
Are you sure?
Everything that I need is in my own 2 hands.
Yeah.
In any case, Shura does give you guys this Ion Stone, or rather Stone of Knowledge of Amphagor, well, she gives it to the party. You guys can sort it among yourselves who gets to wear it after final discussions, handing her the money, which I believe by now you guys have taken care of. It is 3 in the afternoon, and as best as you can tell, you guys are quote-unquote ready to go to back and do whatever it is that needs to be done.
Did Shura tell us what she wanted the 6,000 gold for?
No, she just said she had a plan. Something that she needed to talk with some other people and get figured it out to help.
Bribes. It's bribes. Let's all be honest.
Yeah, sorta.
It is probably bribery at this point.
To try and get some people here moving and helping with, making sure that Lundeland, well, things happen in Lundeland, things beneficial to all of you guys.
That's fine.
Makes perfect sense.
People need to get paid off.
Bureaucratic red tape. Got it.
And on the bright side, you guys also got a very cool item. So there you go. So Shura, she gets ready for possible spellcasting that may or may not be happening, and she says, "So, are we doing this?"
All ready to go?
Down a drag.
Should we we didn't take a long rest after Summerlad's little ritual, did we?
You just woke up from a long rest, then you did the whole ritual thing, so you guys cannot take a long rest until the end of this day.
Yeah, that's what I was meaning. Is we're not going to teleport right now, are we?
Up to you guys.
I think we get there, we set up camp, and we start scouting tomorrow.
Sounds like a plan to me.
I agree with that.
Shura, can you do us a huge favor?
What would that be?
Unless we can take the cart with us, could you watch it?
That is not really my specialty, so to speak, but I can talk to people here who would take care of it for you.
Yes, that's the main thing. If we can't take the cart with us.
Oh, you definitely cannot, I'm afraid.
If you need anything in the cart, I recommend you grab it.
What did we have in the cart?
I think it was mostly some weapons.
Yeah, nothing too big or important, I don't think.
I think there were a few javelins.
Flint will make sure he has all his weapons on him, all his grenades and such.
Okay.
Yeah, there's two javelins in the.
I'll pick those up and take them with me.
Yeah, I don't need those javelins. I got this javelin, and Flint shells off the lightning javelin.
So, Matthias, go ahead and mark off in your character sheet that you do have now 2 javelins to use as you see fit.
2 more javelins. I've got 4 of them now.
Cool.
And you never lose those unless it's like a natural one.
Yeah, I had to go find the lightning javelin a couple times. That wasn't fun.
Or we have to run and I can't pick them up.
The cart also has a hunting trap, if anybody wants it.
Hey, Mr. Rogue or any of the rangers, you guys want any traps?
It does weigh 25 pounds.
Yeah.
I'm ready to take down this dragon whenever you.
I'm fine with leaving that behind.
So, Beam Squad. After talking to one another for quite a while, discussing possibilities and plans and things, Shura once again warns you that Bak is unfortunately overtaken by some sort of magical thing that is making everyone very afraid of going past it. According to rumors, it might even be where the people that have been stupefied came from, where people might have been getting stupefied to begin with.
Is it a giant floating creature with 1.5 million eyes?
It isn't. The survivors and the people who ran away from Bak did not see anything like that. Not from the rumors.
There's only like 12 eyes.
I have a theory. I'm gonna use disguise self and look like a cream. Were these there?
That's more so based on retroactive knowledge you got from the rumor gathering that you did way ago.
Yeah, Shangen was where they were hanging out at first, in like the first 10 sessions or so that I.
So all this information, all these rumors are from when you gathered it a long time ago, Draken. So no, you can't go about and become a Kreen and try and see if that works now. You would have to go and make another investigation check and lose a little bit more time, should you wish to do so.
Nah, deal without it.
Alright.
We can do this. Let's just go.
So, once again, just for peace of mind, Shura presents to you guys 3 options. Frontberg is not as close as you would like, but it is under control of, well, the people of Nolyn, so it's a safe place to go. Bak has this magical property, and Shura is gonna try to do her best to drop you guys as close as possible to the city, but not in the city because of whatever problem is going on with it. As for Lundeland, she can't guarantee that you guys will end up in the city itself because it's been a while since she's been there. And also there's apparently an Arcanist / dragon who is over there who could easily come and ruin your party alongside a possible whole cult, the Dark Brotherhood, who is still there, by the way.
Oh, now I remembered something. Draco.
Yeah.
I have acquired a spell known as Scrying. Maybe you are familiar with it. We can try and use this to find out where Kander is.
Dracon's eyes just widen like, seriously?
When we have time, we'll do it. But I thought I'd let you know because if you know how the spell works, you know we need to prepare for it.
Okay.
I think we need to go to Bak.
I'd say Bak is the best option.
Okay.
But not directly there, like outside Bak, so we can scout it out later.
Okay. So if everyone is ready, Shura is gonna go ahead and start preparing to cast the spell that will send you guys to Bak.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Everyone is ready. That's awesome. It never happens. Wizard spells. Let's see. 7th level. Oh, dang it. Where is it? There we go. Teleport. So, Bean Squad. Shura begins to prepare now this sort of the sort of circle, so to speak, where everyone is holding each other's hands, and sure, she just she starts concentrating as best as she can, getting everyone as tightly packed as possible, as close to one another as you guys can in this room, before she starts to mutter some incantations, preparing to teleport you guys somewhere. And as she is preparing this whole incantation, before she says the final word, she just looks at all of you and says, "Good luck, good speed, and do us proud." And she finishes off the incantation. And as soon as she does, all of you guys feel this very weird feeling of as if something is pulling you back, as if you're being kind of sucked. Something from behind you is sucking you, and you feel yourself being pulled away from this room. And as soon as you are, everything goes dark and kind of shrinks, and you are now swirling around in this tunnel of darkness, as you see now colors whizzing by you, and things that for a moment here and there you kind of get a glimpse of recognition of, that's a tree, that's a house, that's a river, things going by you, and you it's going way too fast for you to really be able to tell what is going on, but it happens at breakneck speeds. And where is the spell? Sure. As soon as it happens, you guys are flung through this tunnel, sort of backwards for a while, and then you stop in midair, and then you start being flung frontwards. And now these shapes that were whizzing past you, going ahead of you, now they're going backwards, and you're whizzing past all of these, and you see colors that start to form ahead of you. Wind starts to blow against your faces and your whole bodies as you feel this sort of air resistance coming across you, and then suddenly all these colors, they form into shapes, and all of you appear with a sort of a soft thud as you land to the ground. None of you have ever teleported before in your lives, so it's kind of jarring of an experience, but all of you fall to the ground, kind of shaken by this whole experience. But as you look up, you are in what appears to be a little encampment by the side of the road, and you just see this group of a couple dozen guards who just kind of yelp in surprise as they look at you. This group of 8 people materializing out of nowhere on the floor, and it says,
"Oh, hi."
Are they Nolyn guards or are they Dark Brotherhood guards?
Yeah, I was going to say the same.
At a first glance, you're still kind of disoriented, but as you try to focus your vision on them, they do seem to be normal Nolyn guards from the cities themselves.
Oh, good. Good.
Oh, sorry for dropping in like this. We're just trying to get to Bach. I hear there's some shit going on there.
One of the guards is just pointing their spears at you and says, "Who in Yabarag's name are you? Who are you people?"
Heard of the Bean Squad at all?
Bean Squad, we don't mean any harm.
What devilry is this? Where did you come from?
We came from Shongen.
From Shongen? Are you our backup?
Yeah, we're back.
Yeah, we're here to help.
Yeah, we actually met the Golden Trio a few times. We think they might be in over their heads at the moment.
Oh, Yabarag, be pleased. We needed help. Welcome. This is well, I imagine you don't know exactly where you are. I'm Hanant. I'm the leader of this little group here, and he points off into the distance, a little bit further, tree direction. Matthias, somehow, you know he's pointing north. And as all
I can always figure out where north is.
somehow, As he points that direction, Matthias and Graf, both of you know he's pointing north, and you see the city of Bak right in front of you. Or at least a very small idyllic city that he tells you is the city of Bak. You're not in the city, but you're pretty dang close to it.
Okay.
Oh, good. Bullseye. Right where we wanted to be.
From this distance where you are, you can see the city, and it's not perfectly. It's still several hundred feet away, but you can see several details about the city. You can see that there's thousands, well, not thousands. That's an exaggeration. There's a couple dozen plantations around the city, I believe, and there's walls around the city, and then in the middle some buildings and a tower, which doesn't seem high enough for an Arcanist tower, but it's a tower nonetheless in the middle of the city. And you do get the sense that it might be up. Sorry, messing up with the wrong layer. You do get the sense that
You saw the whole map shift.
Come again?
So I just saw the whole map shift.
Yes, I was trying to do something, but I screwed up the pooch. You do see now in front of you the city, walls, plantations, and other such things, and the tower. It's not as tall as the other Arcanist towers. There's no telescope poking out of it, but from what these guards here are telling you, that's the city of Bak. You have made it.
Okay. Can you give us the rundown of what's going on?
Yeah, what's the situation?
Well, it's very complicated matters. Can you see them moving there in the distance? And he points out, and it's kinda hard to see, but if you really focus your eyes, you can see small groups of creatures walking by. I would like whoever wants to try and use their eagle eyes to discern who these creatures are to make a perception check.
I would.
Passive of 21 doesn't get me anything if I roll like
Sam, you
crap.
have advantage if you want to look.
Wait, perception.
Okay. Just a second, it's because I had my character sheets closed.
Oh, Flint. We will never get to use your passive
Womp.
perception except when I try to ambush you, which hasn't happened because of that. So there you go. So, Draken, you see the shapes, some of them do look familiar. You have an inkling of a clue of what those shapes might be, although you're not quite sure. However, you, Graf, you do recognize some of these shapes. It's still kind of far in the distance, you're not able to see them with much detail, but the lankiness, of these tall figures, the way that they kind of walk around hunched over, big chests, very scrawny legs, you get the sense that these are gnolls.
No!
Really, there's a bunch of gnolls walking there in the distance. Summerled, you, however, are able to tell apart. There's lots of gnolls walking about, and also some goblins too, and some very kind of bulky gnomes. You have heard tales of them in the past. Those Zwerf Nublins. They don't seem at all pleased to be in the surface, but they are there walking around in groups. And you see now Captain Hanont, who quote-unquote welcome you. He's pointing at these figures and says, those creatures have been mind-slaved or something. I am not sure. They are mindless creatures, and they have been working the fields ever since we first saw them. We don't know what's up with them.
It was probably the same thing that happened to Mom and Dad.
Well, it might have been, I don't know. They have managed to, when when the Golden Trio came by, all of us managed to take a lot of citizens from the city, some humans, some elves, some dwarves, help them get away from the city, but we couldn't really get everyone out, and those poor souls are still there, trapped and enslaved in this endless servitude that they're in. And now it's all because of those things. And then he points off into the distance again, and Lilith, Graf, Flint, Draken, and Summerled. Not you, Matthias. Somehow you fail to see this thing that he's pointing on for some reason. At least until your party mates kind of really help nail down the direction and the shape of this thing, and finally you are able to tell Matthias that these things that everyone's been pointing off at are scarecrows. And
Scarecrows?
Why people afraid of scarecrows?
And Honon says, these things, there's something evil with them. They turn around on their own and they stare at creatures, and it does something with their minds. It casts a spell on them and enslaves them if they get too close. We don't know what to do about those things. We can't get close enough without risking ourselves, and the Golden Trio is nowhere to be seen.
How close is too close? Are we talking like 100 feet, 50 feet, 3?
Whereabouts of 60 feet. If we get that close, they do something to you. It's not.
If only I could fix my gun, I could take them out from 800 feet away.
I mean, I can literally shoot them from 150 with a short bow and just riddle them with arrows.
We need arrows that burn.
I can firebolt them.
Make them.
We have been trying to.
Yeah, don't you guys have 120-foot range firebolts?
We have a fireball.
Made of straw.
I have my guiding bolt. It's 120 range.
Yeah, with So...
Regardless, we have been trying to pick these things up from a distance, but they seem to have some sort of self-healing property. So they fix themselves, and if we try to do something more aggressive, those mind-slaved creatures over there, they seem to come to the defense of these creatures, and well, our commanders told us not to harm any innocents, and there's a lot of them there.
The commanders are smart, but we do.
They're smart, but you're in a meat shield situation.
Yeah, but you don't want to shoot the meat shield. That's the point.
So we requested for backup, and I believe that you're it.
Sure, why not?
Well,
Yeah.
How about we distract the meat shield, and then someone goes up behind the scarecrows and stabby.
But then I'd probably get caught.
yes, I would not recommend any of you to get anywhere near to those scarecrows. They will fuck you up, and then their lackeys will come and take you away. We saw that happen once, and it was enough.
What if someone can make a quick getaway?
Can I roll stealth?
Well, to hear they tell it, that's how the Golden Trio made their way. They tried to sneak in around through one of the plantations. They got inside. They jumped through the walls. Apparently, some of them could fly as well. I'm not sure on the details, but they caused quite a commotion in the tower that was enough to send all of their lackeys towards the tower, where apparently someone was commanding and creating more of those scarecrows. And then the Golden Trio I suppose, defeated this guy. But ever since then, we haven't seen the Golden Trio anymore.
So what we need is somebody who can sneak through these scarecrows.
Or fly. That would be nice.
Well, we've got a very sneaky wolf, and we have a flying Asimar.
I can only cast invisibility on one of us.
Yeah, but like, you also have. How high is your stealth modifier? It's pretty damn high.
Yes, but I really want to make sure I get past these things.
Yeah, well, you're not gonna go in alone.
I know, I'm just pointing that out. I really want to get past these things.
Yeah,
We'll cast attack, not type anything.
You can't cast them both at the same time.
To be fair, you guys could also always just ignore the city, go around it, and keep on going on to Lundeland. Should you wish to do so.
Yeah, but like, the whole point of this was to.
Yeah, we should get these out of the way so our reinforcements from Fromberg can march with us to Lunderland.
Or at least march behind us.
Yeah, like the army can be a distraction so we can get into Lundeland a bit more easily.
Lord of the Rings, Book 3 type of thing.
Probably.
So, as the guards, they finish just kind of giving you the rundown from some of the reports from the survivors who ran away. The city doesn't seem very big. There's just a one central road that crosses the city. It is walled, and inside there's this tower. They don't know what's up with the tower anymore. Inside the city, inside the walls, these mindless slaves does not seem to go inside the walls, except when directly called over there by whoever controls them. Otherwise, they just keep walking the fields and these plantations and collecting things and sort of doing their whole gardening thing. Aside from that, there's a lot of plantations, and each plantation field has a scarecrow in it. And other than that, the world's your oyster. They need solutions, and you're the ones who has the tools.
I think we can fight the scarecrows, honestly.
I would just like to say I have about 10 flasks of oil. We could literally burn the fields.
Raise this town.
Let's not destroy the whole town here. The purpose
Just
is
the
to
fields! To kill the scarecrows!
The purpose of this combat is to capture the settlement, not destroy it.
Yeah, let's pick off the scarecrows from a distance. Everybody
Yes,
has...
they can capture it
like,
so much more easily when it's destroyed.
Yeah, why don't we just stand about 120 feet back and use fire bolts and other spells? Maybe Flint can finally fix his goddamn gun and shoot from 800 feet away.
I have +1 arrows.
In any case, it is, because you guys teleported, it is still 3 in the afternoon, so you guys have a whole lot of time to plan your way and figure out what you guys are doing. And this is where we're gonna end off our session for today.
And I at least roll maybe several times to try and fix my gun because I have so much time to do so.
Once I will allow, just once. Then next
Can
session
he
we're gonna
use a
see.
point for it to have advantage?
What?
The artificer points.
Yeah, the artificer points. I probably would want to do that.
Up to you, really.
I do have several of them. I haven't used them just yet, so I'm going to use an artificer point, give myself advantage on fixing my broken gun.
All right. So, Flint, you can go ahead and try and fix your gun using your class abilities and your artificer points to give yourself advantage with your tinkering tools. And it takes a little bit of work, but now that you are in this very makeshifty encampment with guards and whatnot, they do have tents and other. They have tools for maintaining their weapons, and one of these tools. Within their tools there is the means for you to go and fix your guns, and they are more than happy to borrow some tools for you and this space as well. So
yeah, working hard trying to fix this gun. Flint probably lost his shirt at some point. Goes from person to person. Hey, you got this tool? Hey, you got this tool? Oh, thanks, man. And then go back fixing it.
It takes a little while, but eventually you are able to fix your gun, which is working again. So congratulations, Flint, for not having to, spend money fixing a broken equipment piece. And you guys still have a lot of daylight to go about and do whatever it is that you guys wish to do next time around. But for today, this is it, everyone.
As long as I don't roll a 3 or lower on that D20, my gun is as good as new.
So,
just don't name it FU.
Yes, please don't. So, this is it for today, guys. I hope that despite my lack of preparation, you guys enjoyed this session. And, at least now I will have time to go and make a more concrete, a better stat block for my homebrew monster, the Scarecrow. Cause that's homebrew, so you won't have any luck trying to find that anywhere.
So we need Kodov in this fight, because he can do the Care Bear stare better than anyone.
Well, maybe one day with if Regalrith managed to bring Cosmo back, he can rip reality apart and merge the worlds, and then Kodov can show up. Who knows?
Hello, darling.
And somehow a fancy red dragonborn will show up with him. How weird.
Does that mean Elnara's gonna show up? I don't want to roll like crap in this game.
I don't want Belkin to show up.
So don't let Cosmo rip reality apart, you guys.
This is not a crossover. So.
Belkin shows up in another reality where his god still isn't being worshipped.
Ah.
My god still not being worshipped!
In any case, you guys, thank you guys so very much for showing up and playing some tabletop games with me. Dungeons and Dragons is fun, and I'm glad we're still playing this game so much. 42 sessions in, it's almost been a year, and everyone's still in high spirits, so that's cool. Other than that, since I'm no longer in vacation mode, next week we will have a game as per usual, I believe, on February the 1st, so that should be fun. However, tomorrow we have first game.
Yep, first game.
Oh my dog. We shall have first game, and maybe someone will go on and stream it, so that will be fun, possibly.
That's all up to you guys.
Aside from that, I guess there's nothing else to say before we go. Make sure to check out, for those of you there on Twitch, check out the Deck of Many Friends. They do the streams. And once again, praise the Null. He's our sole sponsor.
He's more than that. He's our meta. He deserves his own title.
I mean, amongst many things, all of which are good, one of the things he is our sponsor. So there you go. But this is it for today, you guys, everyone. Thank you guys so very much for being here. Hope you all have an amazing rest of a weekend, and I'll be seeing you guys later in the Discord as we discuss more game plans. So this is it for today, you guys. Bye bye.
Bye.
Also, before I actually truly go, let me stop the rhythm bot so you guys don't keep on listening to music as I'm away. So there you go. And for everyone else there on Twitch, yeah, this was today's game. I will be posting this game on what is that thing called? I will be posting today's game on YouTube, so go out there and watch it if you are curious to see how this whole adventure began. Also, make sure to check out Deck of Many Friends. They are friends who play D&D and helped us with this whole interface that we have going on. Check out also Bad Aim Coon 430. Not sure what his Twitch name is anymore, I'm afraid. I have missed it. Yes, Bad Aim Coon. He's been chatting throughout the stream. He is another friend who also streams a D&D game. Go out there, make sure to check him out because he's a very cool boy, and he does the D&Ds as well. So Wednesdays, it's kind of 3 hours from now on Wednesdays. That's when he does his game. So go out there and check him out because he's a cool boy. Go out there, check out our wiki where we upload stuff about the game. If you have missed a session and you want to make sure that you are up to speed in what's going on, you can always check the timeline. It's been constantly updated with a lot of stuff, so go out there, check it out. And also do check out the YouTubes if you wanna check and watch previous sessions. And yeah, do show up next week, Saturday at 2 in the afternoon, Brazilian Standard Time, to check out the 43rd episode of Settlers of Nolyn. And this is it for today. Hope to see you guys next time around. Have an amazing weekend, and bye bye everyone.